Okay, friends, I think we are live everywhere where we can be live. Let me double check. We're going to be doing a Q&A today, friends. We were supposed to do it on Sunday. I apologize. I actually couldn't get it done on Sunday. Had some stuff happen. But we are here today on Thursday, and we're going to be doing a Q&A tonight. So bring your best questions, theology questions, history questions, Bible questions, debate questions, questions about atheism, questions about maybe agnosticism would all be fine. Should be a lot of fun. We do have a question up front, and I apologize. The question popped up in a super chat prior to me opening my aggregation software, so I can't put it on the screen, but I can read it. It says, "Hey Justin, are you familiar with the Lamza Bible? What's your take or dirt on it? Also, obsessed with Occam and girlfriend's name? Well, girlfriend's name is either Carnage or Scissor Woman. Real name is Classified, G14 Classified. Rock Hard for Doug and Justin's Fucking Rock. Well, listen, I actually don't know much about the Lamza Bible, unless that's short for something. Let me double check. Holy Bible from ancient Eastern manuscripts called Lamza. Interesting. Published by George Lamza in 1933. Derived both Old and New Testaments from the Syriac. Gotcha. Okay. So it's basically an English translation of the Syriac Bible. And while the Syriac Bible was popular and it sure was an early translation, I have not read it. Most of my friends that would be interested in reading like the Syriac Bible just went to school and learned Syriac. I didn't learn Syriac, so I can't read it. So I'd have to read it in English. But nevertheless, I'd be curious actually to see if I bet it's online, right? I don't think it's on like a Bible Hub or Bible Gateway, but I assume it's available online. I'm looking at it right now. It's pretty cheap to get a copy of it too. Looks like you can get a used copy for $20. So even Walmart sells a copy of it. I assume they're all used. Let me check. Yeah, pre-owned, $17. I wonder why they say ancient Eastern text rather than just saying from the Syriac, because there's actually multiple ancient Eastern texts other than the Syriac. It's weird that they would use that phrase to just refer to the Syriac translation. It looks like it is available on Amazon, used. It looks like. It says other used and new collectibles. There's a Kindle version. That's what's up. Fuck, the hardcover is $552, which is crazy. For what I can tell, I think the thing to do is to get the Kindle version, but I bet it's on archive.org. I would bet money, since it was done in 1933, it's got to be in the open domain. So let me grab that. It's what was it? The Lamza Bible. All right. Let's see. Yeah, it's right there on archive.org for free. You can get the PDF copy from archive.org. It's free. In fact, I'll just download it now. Cool. Bada bing, bada boom. I got a copy of it. So I'll give it a look and see what I can find. I'm curious. It looks like it's just the New Testament. There's no Old Testament included here. So that's one potential problem. But nevertheless, it'd be fun to compare it to what we have in the Greek. So we can say, for example, I'm curious what it would say in Matthew 1, verse 23. Let me check. And it looks like it might not be complete. We'll see. There might be missing parts. Because I'm looking, we got Matthew chapter 1, okay. 23 says, "Behold, a virgin will conceive and give birth to a son, and you shall." Okay, so it mostly matches the same. All right, be interested, but I'll check it out. because I suspect there'll be something in here that means or that changes the meaning of the text. We just don't know yet. So, anyways, good question. Appreciate that. And I think first in line is going to be DB from the YouTube queue. So let me get DB in here. Welcome in, DB. How you doing? Sure thing.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, DB, we've talked before, right?
No, I know there's other
Oh,
DBs, but
there
this is
are
my first time
others.
calling you.
Gotcha. Okay, sorry. I just assumed that you were the same DB as prior.
Yeah, yeah.
Anyways,
So
what's on
yeah,
your
I'll
mind?
just get to it. Yeah, I'm an atheist, gold star. Like I've never really I kind of thought about when I was a kid and it never really clicked with me. So but now, so as since you're a parent, I thought this would be a good question for you, is expecting a child. And my in-laws are devout Roman Catholics. And I know that the question of baptism is going to come up.
Mm-hmm.
And I just don't, I'm not going to do that. And so I just wanted to see what you would say. Like, my thought is I could just say, well, convince me and see how that goes. Another way would be, okay, if you want him baptized, will you also come to his bar mitzvah? Because, of course, as Christians, they're pretty anti-Semitic. So yeah, I just wanted to pick your brain on that and see where I could go with that.
So I guess it kind of depends on like your family and how close you are and what you want to do with those relationships because like I don't think getting baptized is the same as like forcing them to go to church. I mean, the baby won't remember it. It doesn't have it like any impact on their long-term life or health. If I had a child with somebody and the other parent or the family wanted to baptize a child, I wouldn't fight it. I don't see why it could only ruin a relationship, but it can't hurt the child. Nevertheless, it would be worthwhile having that discussion, which is um, whether or not they think your buy-in in the child's life should matter. Because if that's the case, the same thing as you said, if they can just unilaterally decide that the baby's going to get baptized, well, there's nothing stopping you from unilaterally deciding that they're going to have a bar mitzvah, right? Or a bat mitzvah
Right.
for a girl. So I think there's a discussion that can be had there, but I would say just me personally, I wouldn't be upset if my child got baptized as a baby because to me it's just meaningless, right? It's like believing in Santa
Yeah.
Claus.
Right. I also see it as a slippery slope where then they want to do the next thing. And then they want our child to start going to church all the time with them and just, give them an inch, they'll take a mile sort of thing.
Well, that is how it
But
works typically. Once the foot is like in the door, there's going to be more. But that being said, like, listen, I grew up around religious people. And like again, my mother was like a non-practicing Catholic, and even though I was indoctrinated by going to Catholic school as a youngster, the first time I asked a question to my mother, it was about confession. I was baffled why confession was necessary because we can just talk directly to God. And she goes, "Oh, you don't need to worry about that. Not everyone believes in confession. I don't believe in it." And as a youngster, I was maybe 9 or 10. I was like, "Oh, you mean I don't have to believe it? I can use my own like thinking faculties." So I think as a parent, if you're active in your kid's life, you can pretty easily counteract the indoctrination with common sense. I think why most kids become indoctrinated is because there's nobody in their life feeding them the common sense. You know what I mean?
right. Yeah. So if we just, give them the information that we know and our thoughts and let them make you know, uh educated decision when they're older. That's the other thing I was thinking, like, should I just say, well, I'm not going to have my child circumcised,
Right.
yeah, because they can't have, that's a decision that maybe they can make and they can make it when they're
Mm-hmm.
older. So if they want to be baptized when they're older, let them make their own decision at the
Right.
time.
And I would say you
Yeah.
don't want to be the atheist parent that forces atheism on a child any more than you want to be the religious parent that forces religion on the child. I have a family member who married somebody who is she's very delightful, but she grew up in an atheist household and she's now a believer. But it sounds like she might have, I don't want to say animosity, but it may be, I think she was sad or disappointed that she didn't have any religious upbringing. And I've seen people grow up with atheist parents and become religious and then have resentment towards their parents because they felt like their parents was forcing a lie on them. So that's why trying to be open about the situation and having dialogue and not being forceful about it, I think is helpful. Like my father was Christian. I didn't really adopt Christianity as a young person. It wasn't until my teenage years. And I, for one, was really happy that my father never forced going to church on me, never forced religion on me. It felt like it was my choice. And I think if you do that with your kids from the atheist side, feed them the common sense, let them know what's going on. And then one day when they figure out that religion's bunk, they'll be like, oh yeah, well, I mean, it all makes sense. The information that my dad gave me or my mom gave me makes way more sense than magic men in the sky. And there won't be any resentment over trying to force feed somebody a particular viewpoint.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. All
But
right. Yeah. Thanks for your time. And
I
yeah.
understand the fear, right? Because you don't want your kid to grow up and become a zealot and hate people that are different than them or, any of the other, or start doing slavery apologetics, right?
Right. Yeah. I'm in Canada, and it's different than it is where you are. Where I, you know, I don't know if people are religious up here because we never talk about it. And then sometimes I
hmm
find out, and I'm like, yeah, that's cool. But yeah, I know there's some people who just make it very public.
hmm That
And
is the case,
yeah, that's
actually.
just
Yeah.
not the case up here. Yeah. Yeah.
hmm
All right. Well,
Well,
yeah. Thanks a lot. And
yeah.
yeah,
Best
I love
best of
love your work
luck.
and everything you do.
I appreciate that, DB. I would say no matter what, though, try to, if you can, try to maintain a good relationship with the family because if you end up in an adversarial relationship with people that have control over the child's life, they might start doing stuff just to spite you.
Yeah. Yeah. I could see that happening. So
Yeah.
yeah, I'll take it.
Okay. Well, let me know how it goes, friend.
All right. I will. Thanks. Bye.
Cheers.
Talk later.
It's hard. I mean, I would never stop my child's mother from taking him to church. It's not a problem for me. But I definitely understand the fear of I hope he doesn't get indoctrinated. Or, if you have a daughter, I hope she doesn't get indoctrinated. I totally get all that. It makes perfect sense. X Million, good to see you, my friend. It says, I'll be Doug damned. I'm making 3 lives in a row. Fuck yeah, X Million. Hella cool. I'm just begging for a big W is all. X Million, big fucking W to you. 3 in a row is humongous, and thank you for the support. Rock hard for Doug, simply wet for Sharon, super gay for Justin, and Justin's fucking rock. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about, X Million. Hope you're doing well, friend. I appreciate you being here. And Mr. Peabody comes in with a super chat question. I appreciate that, friend. Says, did you catch JRB calling out Alex O'Connor for stealing his objective morals from intuition and hamstringing of horses argument? You and Sarah made a similar argument on evangelicals today. Thoughts? Well, here's the thing. I've now have watched Alex O'Connor quite a bit. I didn't usually watch him in the past but I've watched his recent stuff, and I'm convinced that Alex is now watching videos, whether on TikTok or YouTube, of people within our deconstruction community. Because I've now heard him say things that like only somebody in our community has said. I've heard him say things like brought things up that only I've talked about before. So I have a suspicion that he is listening to our content. It's a shame that he hasn't called us to invite us on the show. But nevertheless, I don't mind so much. My only complaint is it'd be nice if he did take an argument from one of us. It'd be nice if he would just credit the person. Like, for example, when I started running Ian's God Outside of Time syllogism, even though that was one of the things that took me to atheism out of agnosticism, I never formalized the argument. So when I started using Ian's formalized argument before I made up my own, I credited Ian with it because I was like, listen, I don't want to be a syllogism stealer. But nevertheless, I don't mind it so much. Like if Alex O'Connor watches our stuff and likes it and wants to repurpose it, that's fine. Hopefully, he'll watch enough that he'll think maybe he should bring us on some of his shows so that we can, he can actually show the world, where some of these arguments are coming from. You know what I mean? But who knows? We'll have to wait and see on that one. Jason is up next. Let's bring in Jason and see what we got. How you doing, Jason?
Good. How are you doing?
Doing well. Thanks for asking. What's in your mind?
So, I started watching like back over the winter, and your stuff is so cool. It's like scratch an itch I didn't even know I had with the Bible because like I had kind of already deconstructed, and then I started watching your stuff, and I was like, God, this is like so interesting. And so around like March or so, I was kind of like, I'm not going to be able to just keep absorbing information through like your videos or Dalton's, and if I want to like really know it, I have to do it the right way. So
Right.
I got all these books and stuff coming in and about the Old Testament, the New Testament, and I was wondering like if you had any recommendations. I might just like flash them up and see what you think of them, and if I'm missing something. So I got this one
Yeah.
I'm going through by
Let me see
Miriuk,
that
just the
one.
ancient Near East.
Okay. Yep. That should be good.
Then I have Introduction to the Hebrew Bible by John J. Collins.
That's a fantastic introduction. Yeah.
It is okay, good.
Mhm.
Then I have this one by Grab about ancient Israel, what we know and how we know it.
Yeah. That'd be good too. Yeah.
That's kind of my thing for the Hebrew Bible so far, but I feel like I'm lacking for like the Hellenistic era. This is kind of all I have is this
hmm
by Cohen from the Maccabees to Dementia. Do you have
That's a good
anything that
one.
kind of it is? Okay, good.
On New Testament history, there's a volume. I'm gonna say it's a little bit dated by now, but it's super available and super popular. It's
Hmm.
New Testament history by F.F. Bruce. I think that would be a good,
FF.
yeah, F.F.
Okay.
Bruce. I think that's a good entry into New Testament history, and then read your book on the Hasmonean period.
Okay.
So F.F. Bruce, I would say it's a light introduction, and then you can do some heavier stuff. But there's two books
Hmm.
on ancient Israel that I would personally recommend. One is by
Okay.
Ted Lewis, and it's called, let's see, the history and wrong button, character of God. Let's see if I got that right. Mm-mm-mm. Oh, I might need his full name, Theodore. hmm He's from Johns Hopkins. All right, I almost got it. It was not the history, the origin. So this book and the historical book by Zaini Zevit, I would recommend. I'm going to put it on the screen though.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so the name of the book is The Origin and Character of God, and this goes through all of the ancient literature that would be related to the God of the Bible specifically, and how
Hmm.
it relates to the literature from the neighbors of the Israelites and whatnot. It's a really, really good book. It's thick. It's like 800 pages of reading, but it's one of the most thorough books on this topic. I've not seen one more thorough. The other is going to be, let's see, the religions of ancient Israel by Zioni Zevit. I'm sure I did his name wrong though, but this is the book. It's a tiny photograph. I don't know why it's so small, but it's Religions of Ancient Israel by Zaini Zevit. I wonder if I punch it into Google if I can get a better picture of it. But this book came out before Ted Lewis's book, but it's
Okay.
it's a phenomenal volume. It's you can get a used copy for under $100, but nevertheless it's like one of the most highly ranked books, and he's one of the most highly ranked authors on this particular subject. So, if you want to know more about the ancient past of the religion that eventually became, Judaism, that's where I would start.
Hmm. Okay, cool. Do you have any like because eventually I kind of want to break into this space at some point, but I don't want to get on like now and really not be well educated and get exposed or something. But I mean, do you have any tips for that?
Mm. Yeah, the best advice I ever got is only talk about what you know. The first time I ever preached a sermon in front of a church, I was maybe 18, and my youth pastor, the associate pastor, said, I was nervous. He said, just talk about things that you know about. If you don't know about something, don't touch it because you'll make yourself look silly. So
Hmm.
if when you're starting to do any type of public speaking, even if it's debating on the internet, you really want to pick narrow topics that are very well, the topic very well, and they're slam dunk topics. You don't have to do these broad topics like God isn't real. It's a super broad topic. You have to know so
Yeah.
many fields of study, but a lot of people will start out with a simple thing like the God of the Bible does not like women, or the God of the
Hmm.
Bible is a slave owner. You can do very niche, specific topics that are really defensible, and then you can start adding one topic here, another topic there, until you've got enough topics that you feel like you're competent to do something very broad.
Yeah. If you don't mind, I have a couple like specific questions in the Bible too,
Mm-hmm,
that I wanted to ask.
mm-hmm,
I remember watching a video with you, uh, and it's talking about slavery and women, and essentially, like, what's the difference between a concubine and just a wife? Because like a concubine is a slave wife, but if a slave is just someone who's owned his property, aren't women all considered property anyways? So all of the women would be concubines? I don't really know
mm-hmm.
uh, the distinction.
It's a fine line, and the difference that I would say is a concubine is akin to a slave wife. Now, women, like a regular first wife, it's not that they were slaves, but they were definitely lower status than the
Hmm.
husband by a large margin. So you would say that they were under the leadership and guidance of the husband. But in the ancient world, surprisingly not in the Bible, but in the ancient world, a women could divorce their husbands. All they
Yeah,
had to
yeah.
do was show up at the assembly and say, "This man is no longer my husband," and we're done. So, in the Bible, the difference is concubines don't really have autonomy. They don't have rights like a wife either. A wife might have a right of deciding what happens to a child. She might have a right for demanding a portion of an inheritance.
Hmm.
So you can see that even Genesis, remember when Sarah dies in Genesis, and then Abraham takes a concubine Keturah, and he has, I think, 5 or 6 children by Keturah. It says that his Abraham's inheritance only went to Isaac, but he gave gifts to the sons of the concubine. So that's
Hmm.
a huge difference. As a concubine typically doesn't inherit shit. Her children are just they're out of luck. Sorry. And then the primary son will inherit most of the stuff. There is an exception. If in fact you marry a woman and then you cannot have children by her because she's barren or something like that, typically you're allowed to take a concubine in order to have children. But at that, a lot of times that child, while he'll be getting the inheritance, the mother of that child, the concubine, will not be able to partake in that inheritance. And that's why Sarah sent Hagar and Ishmael away. She said, "This child will have no part in my son's inheritance. Send him away." So
Hmm.
that's one of the biggest differences. How much responsibility are you owed to this particular individual? So the concubines, more or less, were like hired baby makers.
Okay, that's pretty good too. And then can I do one more?
Sure, sure, yeah.
Okay. I want to have like a good because I have an SBL Bible right now, and the study notes are great in that. And then I'm also getting the New Oxford Annotated whenever it comes out, like down in August. So I'm gonna be pretty loaded with all these good commentaries. But I wanted
Yeah.
some specifically on Daniel and Isaiah because those are like my
Mm,
two favorite books of the Hebrew
okay.
Bible, and I really want to know those kind of inside out.
Okay. So there's two commentaries that you're going to want on Daniel, and let me get them. I know the one I've got it on the shelf behind me. I keep forgetting the name of the other. John Goldengay participated in it. if I remember correctly. Oh, that's Isaiah. John Goldengay did Isaiah. I have that one
Okay.
too. But let me. I'll get you something.
It's funny, kind of when I realized that I really don't know anything, uh, like how I might want to about the Hebrew Bible is when you talk to all these preterists and they go over all throughout Daniel, weaving through, saying all these things, and when you actually fact check them, none of it's true, but they really have like a very deep script, and I was like, I could never refute what they were saying unless I actually studied.
Yeah. That's the difficulty with like preterists and people like that is they've had the luxury of reading the Bible and memorizing a lot of verses. The problem is they have no idea how interpretation works. Like they've
Hmm.
basically just been indoctrinated into a particular viewpoint and they've learned to regurgitate those viewpoints, but they really don't understand the biblical literature or like have a proper hermeneutical method. So it's just one of those situations. But there's going to be, let's see. There's one commentary set that I would recommend to everybody for the Old Testament, and it's the Zondervan Illustrated Bible Backgrounds Commentary. It was primarily edited by John Walton, but there's a number of scholars that did each individual series. So, for example, Isaiah in this commentary was done by David W. Baker. David W. Baker
Hmm.
was my Old Testament teacher, and he's phenomenal. Deuteronomy in this section was done by Eugene Carpenter. Eugene Carpenter was my very first Old Testament professor. He's brilliant. He's even a conservative, but he's super scholarly. He doesn't mess around. But anyways, these commentaries are just full of great scholarly literature. If you want to understand how these Bible passages relate to other stuff from the ancient Near East, it gives you the context first of like, how do some of these words get used? Does this imagery pop up anywhere else in the culture, or is this unique to the Bible? So I think that's really helpful for putting the biblical text into its ancient Near Eastern context. It's not just a standalone piece of literature. It wasn't written in a vacuum. The other books, so on Daniel, I still like John J. Collins's commentary. He's got more than one, but the one in the Hermenia series is the best, I think, personally. So there's a number of good commentaries on Daniel. Some people will point to who am I thinking of? There's a conservative scholar. Shoot, one second. Tremper Longman. That's what I'm thinking of. Tremper Longman does a fairly good commentary on Daniel, but it's funny because when you read it, like he openly tells you that he has commitments theologically that make it so that his interpretation of Daniel doesn't match like everybody else. So that's one if you want to pull your hair out. Nevertheless, the other commentary, which I have as well, it's older. It is by John Goldengay. He's got two of them in here. So Daniel in the World Biblical Commentary series has one done by John Goldengay. It's a little bit dated now. It's done in 1989. But John Goldengay is phenomenal. He's a really great author. Also, I would say there's one more commentary on I'm sorry, I'm on Isaiah now. No, let's stick to Daniel. The other one that you want to do for Daniel, let's see who it was. Marvin Sweeney should have a really good commentary on Book of Daniel, and that's more recent. That's 2006. And there are others. I guess you just have to figure out how in depth you want to go. There are some commentaries that dive really deep into the Hebrew language itself, but if you don't know Hebrew, it might not be worth your time. So
I'm learning Hebrew right now from Kip Davis. I'm
fantastic.
taking his class over the summer.
You'll be fine then. Good. So on Isaiah, there's a bunch of them that I would recommend. A classic is the one by Wilderberger, and he's if I remember correctly, was a German scholar. He's very well regarded. This commentary might be, I don't know, maybe conservative compared to newer ones today. You also have a multi-volume commentary by John Goldengay and David Payne on Isaiah. This is really good. This is part of the International Critical Commentary Series, which means that it'll be academic in nature, not like theological in nature. And then I would also add, basically, for any book of the Bible, if you get a commentary from the Anchor Yale Bible Commentary Series, it'll probably be very good. Same thing with the Hermenia series. Any commentary in the Hermenia series is going to be top notch.
Okay, well, sweet. Thank you very much.
Yeah, man. Good luck. Let
That's
me know. Let me know if you need
pretty
anything.
much all of it.
Okay.
Okay, cool. We'll do.
And best
Hey,
luck with your
one more.
future debates.
Oh yeah, I hope so. I do like short form content for a lot of people where I'm at, and I know you like don't have a ton of like stuff on your YouTube Shorts or TikToks. So if you ever needed someone to like clip stuff off your debates, because I'm watching them anyways, I could always just like rummage through real quick ones and post them if you ever want to do something like that. Start
So
popping out 2 or 3 a week.
that is something that I've been hoping to work out. Shoot me an email. Workout this year is get more short form content going. That's how I built my
Hmm.
TikTok to begin with, and my YouTube
Really?
originally was short form content before I started doing
Hmm.
the live debates. But I'd like to get back to that because it's a very effective strategy for gaining new followers, even though it doesn't pay worth a damn.
Yeah.
Nevertheless, shoot me an email. We'll talk. I've got one person that might be doing that for me this year, so we'll see. But it might be beneficial to have two people doing it. So,
Okay, cool.
but yeah,
All right, sweet.
let's
Thank you very
talk.
much, Justin.
Okay. Hey, cheers, buddy. Yeah. Short form content, man, is great for blowing up your followers. In fact, I would say probably 3/4 of the followers on my TikTok came through posting short form content, believe it or not. So, if you want to grow your audience, that's a really good way to do it. Cameron, thank you for the super chat, friend. Hope you're doing well. It says, how do you approach dating when you find out someone is religious? Ugh. It's a tough one. Do you just go with the flow and hope they may change their perspective over time, or ignore them just in time? So I would say this. It can work. I knew a couple where the mother was Catholic and the father was Buddhist. So, and neither one of them were super religious. So it worked for them because she wasn't dogmatic and he didn't care that much. He's a Buddhist. So if the person's not like super dogmatic, or they grew up like super like a liberal religion, I think it might be okay. But if somebody is in a conservative religion, or they're like in one of the Christian cults, I'd probably walk away from that. I don't think I would mess with that. It's not that it couldn't work. For somebody out there, it literally could work just fine. For what I'm doing, it would never work, obviously, because they would hate my job. The job that I actually do, nobody would want to date me, who was super religious. So that's but if you really love the person and they really love you, you'll work through it. It's gonna be okay, you know. Also, a question from Nick Lebensky, who sent $20 over Venmo. Thank you, Nick. It says, how do you address the argument from sacred tradition from Catholics, in particular the claims of the unbroken, and then the message cuts off. I apologize. I have to check it on my phone. But I think you're just referring to what they would refer to as church history. So the apostolic succession is the unbroken chain usually. Let me grab your message here. And sorry to anyone who's tried to like friend me on Venmo. I just learned recently that you can add friends on Venmo. I've never heard of this. This is a new thing for me. But let me see the rest of the message. Oh, it won't show me the rest of the message. Okay. Weird. I wonder if there's a way to do this. Oh, there we go. How do you address the argument from sacred tradition from Catholics, particularly the claim of the unbroken apostolic line from Peter? Okay, so this is what I would do. I will ask typically the question of something like, listen, the apostolic succession gets its authority from what? And they're going to say, well, obviously from Peter. Okay, well, where does Peter get it from? Well, obviously from Jesus. So now you're back at square one. So you can say something akin to, okay, well, if the apostolic authority comes from Jesus and Jesus was a liar and a fraud, that means the apostolic authority is useless now. No, nobody cares. It's irrelevant. It doesn't matter, right? So if in fact it's true that Jesus wasn't the Messiah, contradicted himself, contradicted the God of the Hebrew Bible, is a contradiction logically because the Trinity is incoherent. If those things are all true, it just means that the apostolic succession is meaningless. That's all it is. So that's how I would address it. The other thing that I would do, and I've got some documented, maybe I'll put eventually a cheat sheet tab for it. But the apostolic fathers and the early church fathers, they didn't agree on everything. They disagreed a lot. There are so many instances where they disagreed. They were literally throwing fisticuffs at councils. That's the work of the Holy Spirit. That's the authority that Jesus gave, that the Holy Spirit is going to lead you in all truth. They have to get together and fight it out. Why? That's preposterous to me. That's why they had to excommunicate so many people, like Arius. It's like, okay, like it sounds to me like apostolic authority is just a way that you weeded out people who had beliefs you didn't like. Like, how come that person doesn't have apostolic authority? Also, it's fair to point out that when it comes to the original disciples, we don't really know like who succeeded them, like with the exception of maybe John, but it's not even clear that it's John the disciple versus John the elder. And so it's like, okay, well, who succeeded Thaddeus? Who the fuck knows? Who succeeded Philip? Nobody fucking knows. Who succeeded Peter? We don't really know. So to me, the apostolic succession falls apart when you just start poking at it a little bit, asking in-depth questions that require answers. And I don't think it works as well as people think it works. Typically, the reason why people are pulling out the apostolic succession argument is because they don't want to go into the Bible and read the Bible with you. You'll find that with Orthodox apologists as well. They want to avoid the Bible. Ray, thank you for the super chat. Friend says about Alex. There are scads of 20-year-old vids from the ancient East. From atheist experience with Matt, Tracy, etc., making arguments that even they got from others before them. The point isn't who coined the argument; it is the argument itself that is valid. Oh, I agree, Wraith. I think when it comes to hearing good arguments and repurposing them, I just think it's what's the word I'm looking for? It's respectful. Like if it's a unique argument that you've never heard before and you haven't heard anyone else doing it, I just think it's respectful to credit who you got it from. Like even on the recent episode of the Hang Up with Matt, he went to use an objective moral argument, the same one that Ian used it, and before he gave it, he credited Ian with the argument. Even though Ian didn't develop it, he did develop his own version of it and then popularized it for the YouTube, right? So I just think it's kind and courteous to do that kind of thing. But I do agree, Wraith. I don't think it's absolutely necessary to do that. Like I don't think you're a fraud if you didn't credit it. You know what I mean? But to me, it feels like it doesn't feel like theft. It just feels maybe a little bit like disrespect. Does that make sense? So it is what it is. Anyways, Willie says, what apostolic succession has some fuzzy spots in it? That apostolic succession has some fuzzy spots in it. That's true. Yeah. That is, like I said, if you ask too many questions, it does start to fall apart. So that's what I would do. Ask lots of questions. Who succeeded who? And wait for the apologists to fumble and not have answers. Because, well, if you can't tell me how the succession even worked, why would I believe that there is a succession? You know what I mean? All right, let's get Creed in here. Welcome back, Creed. Creed, buddy?
Do you hear me?
Yeah, how you doing? Uh-huh.
Yeah, hey. I had like two things. This one I want to talk about real quickly, then I'll go.
Mm-hmm.
Revelation chapter 1, verse 7.
Is that the coming soon?
And no, it talks about the people, even those who pierce Jesus will see him. That's a strange verse. It is supposed to happen in the near future.
So
It's implying the people that.
Sorry, go ahead.
It's implying the people that even helped kill Jesus will still be alive when he comes back, which never obviously happened.
That would seem to be the reading of it. So it says, To him who loves us and freed us from our sins by his blood and made us a kingdom, priests serving his God and Father, to him be glory and dominion forever and ever. Amen. Look, he is coming with the clouds. Every eye will see him, even those who pierced him, and all tribes of the earth will wail on account of him. So it is to be. Amen. So I think there are, first of all, I like your interpretation, but I would say if I was a Christian, here's what I would say. If I was a Christian, I would say, yes, because when Jesus returns, all those that are asleep in the ground will be revived, and then they'll be judged. Now, that's not explicitly clear in the Bible, unless you go to like the book of Daniel, chapter 12. But that's what an apologist would say. Nevertheless, I obviously agree with you. Looking at this passage, it just seems to indicate that the Romans who did the crucifixion of Jesus will be witnessing his return, which is why in Matthew 26, he says the same thing. He says to the high priest, you, here on forward, you will see me on the clouds, right? Coming on the clouds. Or I think he says, you won't see me again until I come on the clouds, something of that nature. So, I mean, over and over again, the New Testament is trying to tell you that, Jesus is coming back soon. I mean, it's just, it seems abundantly clear, right? You still with me, buddy? Oh, he dropped. Oh, I guess his internet connection was bad. Okay. I might, give me 1 second. I have a section. I never added it to the cheat sheet, did I? I have a document. I'll have to add it up. But I have a document where I go through like all the passages in the Bible that indicate that Jesus is coming back imminently. I'm gonna have to add that to the cheat sheet. I'll get that done up for y'all. And then I also need to add notes for Yahweh lives in the heavens. But let me update my private document first. My private document's called Coming Soon. I might add Revelation 1:7 to it if it's not already there. Let's see what we got. Because I've got Revelation 1:3, Revelation 3:11, Revelation 22. Yeah. Okay, so I actually did not add this passage yet to the document. So Creed, I'm going to credit you, buddy. Revelation 1:7. And then let me plug in the verse. This was a fantastic catch. This is why I say, friends, in order to like debunk the Bible, like all you really got to do is read it. Read it with a keen eye, right? Don't read it thinking, what can I get out of this? How would this affect me emotionally or theologically? Read it with a keen eye and say, hey, does this make sense? And the more times you read it with a keen eye, the more times you're going to notice that there's like really drastic inconsistencies and contradictions and things like that. I think Dominique, also Choco, was next in line. Let's get Choco up here. Welcome back, Choco. You're lagging a
Hey,
little
how you
bit, buddy.
doing?
There you go. I'm good. How you doing?
Oh, can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh,
What's on your mind today, bud?
okay. 1 second. Sorry, I had to step outside. I was at work. Um, okay. I Yeah. Okay. Cool. I'm glad I finally caught you. I've been trying to call in for like a couple of months. I had a question about you, your live stream from I think it was like April 23rd. It was the Jews were justified in crucifying Jesus stream.
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember that.
Mm-hmm. I remember the stream. Oh, Choco. Choco, your connection's pretty poor. You might want to turn your camera off and try just audio. He's at work. He might be inside of a large building that doesn't have reception. It'll give him a second to reload. You're still with us, Choco? Well, we can grab the next guest, and then I'll put Choco next in line for whenever his connection gets into the game. But Narcissa, good to see you, friend. Thank you for the $20 super chat. It says, just saying hi. You need to watch The Big Lebowski. I have watched The Big Lebowski, and that's just like your opinion, man. Good movie. One of my favorites, actually. I actually watch that movie every single year. It's so good. Usually, like in the fall or winter, while drinking like a White Russian or an eggnog, because I think that's what he's usually drinking, is something like a White Russian in the show. But yeah, it's classic. Love it. But thanks, Narcissa, for the recommendation. For anyone who hasn't watched it, it's a great show. All right, let me get Might IV in here since Choco hasn't reloaded yet.
Hey, thanks for having me in the call.
Yeah, sure thing. What's on your mind?
I have a few questions actually.
Sure.
So, what was the benefit of Moses helping Israelites escape when all that it seems to have achieved was that the entire first generation died and only six remained or so?
So they were cursed. In the book of Numbers, it tells you why they were cursed. So around chapter 13 or so, they go and spy out the land, and in the end of 13, like 1333, they find that there are giants, Nephilim, living in the land, and then they go back and give a bad report, which discourages Israel from actually going in and following God's orders. So that whole generation was basically cursed to wander, and then the next generation, he was willing to do the bidding. So to your question, God could have maybe saved time just by killing off the first generation, or letting them die in Egypt and then bringing them out. But I think the purpose here was that the second generation, the generation that was going to be at least partially obedient, I think the reason why they were obedient was because they saw the generation before them die off in the desert for disobedience,
So wasn't it that they were better off? They might have been better off being slaves.
Well, I don't think so. So, I mean, well, technically, yes. It depends on what you think. So, when they were in Egypt, they weren't really slaves. They would have been considered paying tribute, or like a vassal territory, or they would be considered like, there's a French word called corvée that we adopted into English. So we would say corvée labor. And what that is when you've got a group of people, they're not technically slaves, but they're conscripted as a people group to produce something for another people group. So, for example, when Israel moves into the Promised Land, there's a tribe, and then rather than killing the entire tribe, they just say, "Listen, this tribe has to carry so much water for us," right? So that's basically the idea. So they weren't really slaves, which is why some of them said, "Listen, even though we were servants or slaves in Egypt, at least we're being fed." And it's clear that they had their own houses too. So it seems to me like they might have been okay in Egypt. They didn't have to leave, but the leaving of Egypt was more or less for freedom and autonomy, which God promised them. And their excuse for why it failed is because they were not obedient.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
One few more questions actually.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So when God ordered genocide of Amalekites, are the victims of this genocide going to hell? If so, it seems like God took away their chance of potentially going to heaven,
So
right?
most people would say that babies would not be accountable for moral actions and therefore wouldn't be in hell. There's a case to be made for this. But it's not a strong case. But David, when his baby dies, he says, he cannot come to me, but I can go to him, meaning when he dies. So the Christians will read that and say, well, that must mean that he went to heaven rather than hell. Now, the problem is in the Old Testament, there's no hell or heaven, not in the way Christians conceive of it. It's basically just Sheol. Everybody goes to Sheol. So it's not clear if the Amalekite babies would be punished in eternal hellfire because that wasn't part of Judaism. They weren't thinking about that. If you're a Christian, then you have the New Testament. And if you have the New Testament, then you would have a better argument for saying, no, God wouldn't send them to hell because they didn't do anything wrong. The problem is the Catholics actually don't agree with that. The Catholics believe that the unbaptized babies would have gone to limbo, which is like the highest benign layer in hell, where it's not, no one's getting hurt, no one's getting harmed, but it's not heaven. And so it kind of depends on who you ask. That being said, I think the more merciful thing to do, if God was all knowing, he knew the future, right? The best thing he could have done is had the wombs of the women closed, like he did to Abimelech's household, so that the babies weren't born in the first place. And then he could just let that wicked generation die off without reproducing.
Okay, thank you. One last question.
Mhm.
So I don't think anyone probably has ever asked you this. If you went back like 20 years back and you debated with yourself when you were a theist, how would that go?
I'd say it would go about as well as. Well, that's the thing, because when I was a Christian, I never had the understanding that Christianity was provable. Like as a believer, I was always aware that a certain part of the religion is faith, and at some point you have to be able to accept that. In fact, my Catholic school teacher said that to me when I was like 17, and it made a lot of sense. And then even one of my seminary professors, I won't name names, he was a New Testament professor, great guy. But there was like a troubling part of the New Testament that we were studying, and one of the other students was like, how are we supposed to know? Like, if we have these troubling parts in the New Testament, how do we know that Christianity is true? And he's like, you don't. It's a faith. You either have the faith or you don't. And so, as a Christian, I would not have been one of these apologists that were out here arguing that it must be true because of X, Y, and Z. When I was doing apologetics, I did talk about some of the things like the historical artifacts and archaeology to substantiate some of it. But I would have said more or less, I think God's actions in the real world is proof that he exists. So I would point towards healing miracles. I would point towards people's lives being changed. I would point towards like near-death experiences, because I think those are actually concrete. You can point to those things and say these things actually do happen. Now, as it turned out, they don't really happen. Near-death experiences happen, but they're actually kind of meaningless. So that's probably the route I would have took, but I never would have been dogmatic about it like the believers that get up on the show.
Okay, thank you. By the way, I was nervous at the beginning, but I just want to appreciate, you are a great debater, and I wish you all the best.
Hey, thanks. I really appreciate it, friend. Thanks for calling in.
Bye.
One of the other things that I used to do when I was a young Christian is I was really keen on studying sciences that would like contradict the like the evolution narrative. And so I read, what was it? A Skeptic's Search for God by Ralph Muncaster. His follow-up book was Dismantling Evolution. And I read that book. There's also another one. It was Darwin and his Discontents. It was about some of the problems of Darwinism. And I even engaged in, I hate to say it, watching Kent Hovind back when I was a new Christian. So that is one route that I think a lot of people take, is like, well, if evolution is impossible, then it seems to me like there must be something, right? So that's a possibility. William, my friend, thank you for the $10 super chat and for the question. It says, putting aside the lack of evidence for NDEs, are there other issues with believing in a system where God lets us as souls design our lives for growth and then review them after death? Are there other issues? Well, here's kind of like I would say this is my blanket argument for why religion is both dangerous and also never benign. it poisons everything, as I think Hitchens said. And that's because the minute you have a God that created everything that cannot be questioned, well, it's only really a matter of time before you think that God told you something, or you think that God told somebody else something, and then they're unquestionable. You have to follow it, whether you like it or not, right? I think that's the inherent danger of believing in the God system, whether or not it's like a liberal God system or a conservative God system or a cult God system. I think that's generally part of the problem. Now, with some people who experience the near-death experiences, there are some who never became religious. In fact, a lot of them never became religious. I know a number of people who had near-death experiences, and while they did believe in the afterlife after that, they didn't become religious. And so I don't know if adding God into it is necessary. You can have a near-death experience and go to, a collective consciousness, or you can go to reincarnation, or you can go to Buddhism. There's lots of options there. But William, you know from listening to me that near-death experiences really seem indistinguishable from religious hallucinations. You know what I mean? And Steph, thank you for the question. It says, what are the chances we get cool sub badges like the vertical stream? Keep up the great work, King. Steph, I am planning on doing cool badges for the horizontal. I haven't done it yet because I need to find an icon or a badge to use that is more easily recognized. On the main channel, I created membership badges that had the Kraken logo, and then the number, like the length of your membership, was in the middle of the Kraken logo. Now the problem is most people can't see that the membership badge is a Kraken logo. It's too small. They need to make the logos bigger. You can barely see it on the screen. If you look at the super chat next to your name, you can barely see the badge there. So I am working on another badge system for DZ debates, but I don't know what I'm going to use just yet. I'm open to suggestions. I would love to do some sort of a meme from the community. Maybe we can do like like Faraday and Volta have a cat face. There's a couple different options, but I do plan on updating that. So thanks for the question, Steph, and big W to you. And also from Sourdough, good to see you again, and thank you for the question, friend. Says, I watched the Bible study today and saw that God evicted the Israelites and all the resident aliens dwelling with them. God loves a landlord. Well, I mean, and slaves. So I don't know which Bible study you're watching, but I mean, God evict might be in referring to the Exodus, that is true, but I think evict, what you mean to refer to is the Assyrian and the Babylonian conquest, where the Israelites are evicted from the land. And yeah, I mean, the case is that God is a landlord, right? And if you don't do exactly what he needs, if you don't pay him and serve him and worship him, he'll evict you. He'll kick you right out on your keister. And he doesn't even need to go to the judge and get like a 30-day notice or anything like that. In Ohio, I think you need like a 30-day notice, but technically they get like up to 90 days before they have to vacate. Nevertheless, yeah, it is true. When it comes to the Bible God, he is obsessed with land and bloodlines. But to be fair, the reason why God is obsessed with those things is because people in the ancient Near East were obsessed with those things, and they had the right God in their own image. You know what I mean? All right, let's get next in line. It's going to be Forge. Forge, I think, is at the top of my queue. So welcome in, Forge.
Hey, what's up, Justin? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear. I'm going to turn you up a little bit, though.
Okay.
All right. What's on your mind, buddy?
Hey, I was wondering if the rapture had any biblical precedent.
I mean, kind of. So there's a couple verses like First Thessalonians chapter 4 and Revelation chapter 1 and Second Thessalonians chapter 1 all point towards this kind of idea. We'll go through them. Let me type them in here. We're going to do First Thessalonians 4. and then we'll go on to Second Thessalonians, and then we'll go on to Revelation, and then I'll show in Matthew like 24 how this theology develops, but I think it's weak. So in First Thessalonians, I'll put it on the screen here. This is like one of the earliest texts from the Bible that mention what could be considered a rapture. So this is like the first reference in the New Testament, chronologically from like when it was written, that talks about something akin to this. So it says, we do not want you to be uninformed, brothers and sisters, about those who have died, because they're like, hey, when Jesus comes back, what's going to happen to our dead loved ones? Are they just going to remain dead? It says, so that you might not grieve as others do who have no hope. For since we believe that Jesus died and rose again, even so through Jesus, God will bring with him those who have died. Ah, there we go. So Jesus, when he comes back, the dead will rise again. It says, for this we declare to you by the word of the Lord, that we who are alive, who are left until the coming of the Lord, will by no means precede those who have died. For the Lord himself, with a cry of command, with a archangel's call, and with the sound of God's trumpet, will descend from heaven, and the dead in Christ will rise first. Then we who are alive, who are left, will be caught up in the clouds together with them to meet the Lord in the air, and so we will be with the Lord forever. Therefore, encourage one another in these words. Now, this is a really fun part, is in Paul's earliest letter, he seems to have the understanding that the dead in Christ will rise and be with the Lord in the air. That's heaven in the ancient Near East.
That's what it sounded like.
Now, when you get to Second Thessalonians, which was written much, much later, you kind of get a different vibe. He's still coming back on the clouds. He's still going to judge everybody, but there's some shift in it, right? It says, this is evidence of the righteous judgment of God and is intended to make you worthy of the kingdom of God, for which you are also suffering. For it is indeed just of God to repay with affliction those who afflict you, and to give relief to the afflicted as well as to us, when our Lord Jesus is revealed from heaven with his mighty angels in a fiery flame, inflicting vengeance on those who do not know God and on those who do not obey the gospel of our Lord Jesus. These will suffer the eternal punishment, the punishment of eternal destruction, separated from the presence of the Lord and from his glory, the glory of his might, when he comes to be glorified by his saints and to be marveled at on that day among all who have believed, because of your testimony to you was believed. Okay, so this is Jesus coming back, not just to raise the dead, but also to fuck everybody up who doesn't believe in him. So we get a little bit of more nuance added to it. And then we get even more in Revelation chapter 1 and in chapter 20. We get some nuance added. So Jesus comes back. We were just reading this earlier, actually. It says, look, he is coming with the clouds. Every eye will see him, even those who pierced him. All the tribes of the earth will wail on account of him. And this is kind of referencing Matthew 24 and 26, which is what I was saying earlier. Let's do 26 first, though. So this idea that Jesus will be coming back on the clouds is really baked in well. The only question that people would need to question is whether or not he comes twice. And Revelation would have you think yes, but we can work on that. So in 26, like around 50-something, he's talking to the high priest Caiaphas. There we go. 64. So Jesus says to him, because they ask if he's a Messiah, he says, you have said so, but I tell you, from now on, you will see the Son of Man seated at the right hand of power and coming on the clouds of heaven. So Jesus is saying that I'm going to come on the clouds of heaven, and this would be expected because he already mentioned this in 24 and in 25. In 24, though, you get 25, he comes. Verse 31, he comes, immediately gathers everybody, and then judges them. That's it. There's no second coming. In 24, we get kind of the same thing, but there's one passage, like 37 through 40-something, that could be confusing. So if you go to 29, he says that immediately after the suffering of those days, the sun will be darkened, the moon will not give its light, the stars will fall from heaven, and the powers of heaven will be shaken. Then the sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven, and all the tribes of the earth will mourn, which is what we heard already. They'll mourn, and they will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven with power and great glory, and he will send out his angels with a loud trumpet call, just like Paul says in 1 Thessalonians, they will gather his elect from the four winds from one end of heaven to the other. Got it. So Jesus is coming back on the clouds, and then he's going to raise the dead and judge the living and the dead. Now, here's where it gets weird, because in his retelling of what's going to happen, he compares it to the flood of Noah, but he says something really weird about that. He says, about the day or the hour, nobody knows, neither the angels of heaven nor the Son, but only the Father. For as the days of Noah were, so will be the coming of the Son of Man. For as in the days before the flood, they were eating, drinking, marrying, and giving in marriage until the day Noah entered the ark. And they knew nothing until the flood came and swept them all away. So too will be the coming of the Son of Man. Then two will be in the field, and one will be taken, and one will be left. Two women will be grinding a meal together, one will be taken, and the other one left. Keep awake, therefore, for you do not know on what day your Lord is coming. Now that's interesting. That's where you're like, huh, wait, is that the rapture? No, I don't think so. I don't think that's the rapture. I think what this is referring to is the judgment, because remember, Jesus is dividing them between the sheep and the goats. So my suggestion is that the righteous people, the ones that believe in Jesus that are still living, they'll be snatched up to meet Jesus in the air. Whereas those who don't follow Jesus won't be snatched up to meet him in the air. They'll be still here waiting judgment. So I think that's the easiest way to read that, because 1 Thessalonians never says that the sinners or the dead sinners are going to come up in the air to meet Jesus. It doesn't say that at all. Only the believers are going to do that. So it still doesn't really support the notion of a rapture. But it is funny, though, if you read through this, there is a contradiction we don't talk about very much, but you might be able to catch it if I show it to you. All right, give me a second. For as in the days of Noah, so coming as in the days of Noah before the flood, they were eating and drinking, merrymaking, giving measure until Noah, and they knew nothing until the flood came and swept them all away.
Yeah.
Now, what do you remember from the epistles of Peter in regards to Noah?
Everybody made fun of him for claiming there was a flood coming. So why wouldn't they know?
He was a preacher of righteousness, according to the
Right.
epistles of Peter. But according to Matthew, nobody had a clue what was happening. So that's just an interesting little tidbit to take away from
That's
this.
fun.
And also, if you read Genesis, obviously he didn't preach to anybody. He didn't tell anybody. But I'm going to make a note there, though. I've never added this to the cheat sheet. I don't know why I haven't. But let me. I'll make sure that this gets added here today. It's going to be Matthew 24, 38 through 39, and then we're also going to need. Was it 1 Peter or 2 Peter? Anyways, let's get to the part where there actually is a rapture, though. So this is one of the reasons why Revelation never should have been included in the Bible. It contradicts so much bullshit, and it's just a big apology for all the shit that Jesus never did. He's going to do it when he comes back. So you get the 1,000-year reign in Revelation 20. It says, "Then I saw an angel coming down from heaven, holding in his hand the key to the bottomless pit and a great chain. He seized the dragon, the ancient serpent, who is the devil, Satan, and bound him for 1,000 years and threw him into the pit and locked and sealed it over him, so and so." So he's going to lock up Satan. And then it says there's thrones. I saw thrones, and those seated on them were given authority to judge. I also saw the souls of those who had been beheaded for the testimony to Jesus as for the word of God. So now he's like, oh, the judgment scene. You're thinking Matthew chapter 25 is happening, right? And it says, they came to life and reigned with Christ for 1,000 years. Wait, for 1,000 years? What? Shouldn't it be forever? It says, the rest of the dead did not come to life until the 1,000 years were ended. This was the first resurrection. Like, what the fuck? The first resurrection? That doesn't make sense at all. What do you mean the first resurrection? So it seems to me that Revelation, if I was going to posit a guess, is actually responding to the Olivet discourse, the part where it talks about one will be taken and one will be left, and it created what it thought was a solution or an addition to that passage. And by doing so, it just fucks everything up.
The whole book, the more I learn, the sillier it is. It's just so funny.
Yeah. It's pretty wild. You can always tell like a lot of the books that are added later in the canon, you can tell they're typically trying to fix something, but they break
Yeah.
something while fixing the thing they were trying to fix.
Mm-hmm.
It's wild.
Yeah, that's great.
Anything else?
Yeah, so I've got kids like a lot of other people here, and my daughter's 10 years old, and mom is very, very Christian. She's one of those people who had like, I guess you would say, like a premonition or like a vision or visitation, I suppose, when she was in a very distressed state in her teenage years. Her parents split up. Well, we're split up now. And I've always been kind of questioning the validity of the religion, but I'm worried that it's going to cause problems if I try to educate my children on all the things that I've learned. And it really distresses me that when I talk to my daughter about things, she said they didn't even teach her about the snake in the Genesis and the story of the Garden of Eden, and I couldn't believe that. Like, they left the snake out. That's insane. So we had a short little conversation about that, but I'm I guess you kind of answered this question already. It's just, be reasonable.
Yeah,
So
right. Like for I know that children are not a monolith, but
Mhm.
so background on me, my mother ran a daycare. We had a big Victorian house that we bought for a song and fixed up, and she had an in-home daycare. I spent my whole life surrounded by children, and then when I was in Bible college, I did youth ministry. So I've been around children all my life, and it's one of
Yeah.
the reasons why I like them so much. But also, my observation is that children are very fucking smart and analytical. If you
Yes.
give them the option to think critically about something, they come to
Mhm.
pretty good decisions.
Yeah.
So my impression has always been, if they've got two parents that don't believe the same thing, whichever one has the best explanation is probably the one that's gonna win.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like
It's interesting.
my mom was Catholic and my dad was Baptist.
Mm.
And when I became a Christian, I was like, oh, well, the Baptists seem to be taking this Bible more seriously. So I'm going to go with them. You know what I mean? And so, like, but neither one of them forced me to be a Baptist or a Catholic. I sat there and I analyzed it and said, well, if the Bible is true, I got to pick something that's closest to the Bible that I can find. And I was like, well, obviously that means I'm going to be a Protestant.
That's
Yeah.
really funny.
But if one of my
I don't
parents was atheist, I might have just been an atheist.
Yeah. Yeah, if I had been exposed to these ideas a lot earlier, I wouldn't have had to go through all of this questioning. I mean, it would have happened a lot sooner.
Yeah.
I guess another question is kind of just in regular life when this stuff gets brought up. I try to do my best to be again, as reasonable as possible and as gentle with people, but it's so common out in the wild, just as it is in this. When I watch the show, people have no idea why they believe what they believe. They just think something. And when they get exposed to these ideas, they just get very animated. And it's so hard to deal with. I live in an area that's like the buckle of the Bible Belt. So it's everywhere. Everywhere you go, it's have a blessed day, God bless you, and all of this stuff. And I just can't help but see the blood on the wall every time someone says that to me now. So I don't know. I guess I'm struggling to like not feel like a vampire in normal society. And I didn't know if you had any advice there.
It's a tough one. I read a psychological study. I wonder if I can find it. Let me see. It's been out for a while. It's probably been out for 15 years at least, maybe 20 years at this point. It was done by one of the psychology research organizations. But it might be this one: how religious trauma affects your nervous system, or something akin to that. I'll have to look for it. But the basic gist of it was, when you attack somebody physically, they exhibit a fight or flight mode. It's instinctual. It's almost uncontrollable. The same thing happens when you make them fear, like something could, like they could impact them financially in a detrimental manner. They'll experience the fight or flight. The other thing is religion. If you threaten somebody's religious position, the same chemicals in your body that trigger the fight or flight response gets triggered when you talk about their religion. So it's very difficult. And so and when I'm talking to really, really sincere believers and they're being kind and polite, I always try to soft walk it and say, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying that you're silly for believing something, but here's my opinion and here's the evidence for my opinion. I'm not trying to demean you. I'm just saying that maybe there's some additional research you might not know about, and this does help to kind of neutralize some of the people who would be prone to getting offended. But I don't know if you can ever fully avoid it. Sometimes people are just going to be people.
Yeah. One of the things I experience a lot is when I tell people that I don't believe in this stuff around here, that's just not common at all. And people look at me like like I'm a demon all of a sudden, and it's
Like you're
so
a bad
weird because it's
person.
people. Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, like it's so strange watching their faces change. I'm the same person I was last week when we talked about that thing that we had such a good time talking about.
Mhm.
And all of a sudden on this one topic, now I'm an alien, and it's so weird.
Well, the Bible teaches you to be that way. Jesus says, "He who does
Mm,
not sow with
yeah.
me scatters. He who is not with me is my enemy," which means there's no middle ground. In fact, in Revelation
Yeah.
3 or 4, he says, the church in I forget which church it was, maybe Thyatira, says that you are neither hot nor cold. I wish that you were hot or cold, but since you are lukewarm, I will spit you out of my mouth.
I just referenced that today with a buddy. That's funny.
So Christianity doesn't really give you like a middle ground
Yeah.
to work with.
So I guess that leads me to I'll make it my last question to make room for everybody else. But how do you deal with those defense mechanisms that the religion's built into itself?
Mm.
It's just culty. It's just cult stuff. Like, how do you challenge that?
I would say kind of two things. First, it was the Church of Laodicea I just checked. The other thing is, I don't know if you're always ready, if the person's always ready. So I'll give you an example. When I
That's
was a
fair.
Christian, we would say, we had, I don't know, slogans or sayings about how many times you have to witness to somebody before they're receptive to the gospel. And people would say
Yeah.
7 times, 10 times, whatever, right? You need repeated exposure before somebody's ready. And I think the same thing is true with Christians. There's a lot of Christians that they've never met an atheist, they never bothered to question religion. So when you start questioning it, they're going to shut off. They're going to think you're an idiot. But the more they hear it, the more they're going to be like, wait a minute. Well, maybe we should actually have the discussion. And one of the great tactics that I love, rather than debating with them, you can do what they do on like Good Liars, where rather than saying you're wrong because of this, ask them really good leading questions so that they
Yes.
come to the conclusions themselves and realize in the moment I'm saying something really stupid.
Force them to be self-aware.
Right.
That's fun. Yeah, I like that. Well, cool, man. It was really great to finally get to talk to you. I've been watching you for a long time. You helped me out a ton. So
Hey, thanks for
keep
watching,
it up,
friend.
buddy.
Glad to help. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Cheers.
I'll tell you one thing. I don't know if I'm going to be remembered for anything in the future, but I think I am going to popularize saying cheers at the end of a conversation or an email. We're gonna make that happen. I think it needs to happen. Lopar Bill, thank you for the super chat, my friend. I really appreciate that. It says the average 33-year-old male has a 1 to 2 hour refractory period. I believe that. If time works different for God, maybe that's why Jesus hasn't come a second time. He can't get it up yet, given it another couple thousand years. Well, it does say that a day to humans is like 1,000 to the Lord. So let's imagine that Jesus was below average. Maybe it took him 24 hours to has a refractory period, but that still means he should have came about 1,000 years ago. So the best I can figure is he must have some sort of erectile dysfunction, which is why God had to knock up Mary, because maybe Joseph couldn't. He couldn't even finish the job, perhaps. So maybe Jesus has got something happening there where he's having trouble maintaining his resurrected status, and therefore has a super long refractory period, maybe a couple days. So it might be a couple thousand years before he's able to come on the clouds. It's something to think about. Something to think about. We might find out one day. All right, let's get Stephanie in here. Stephanie was next in line, and we'll. Oh, Choco Fro came back. Choco, let me grab you, and then we'll do Stephanie. Now that you got back here. Welcome back, Choco.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I just had a question about something you said in your stream on April 23rd about the Jews were justified in crucifying Jesus stream.
Yeah.
Yeah, a caller had called in and had brought up Jesus Barabbas, and you had responded saying that that was irrelevant to the topic. And so I was curious, is there not any like scholarship on him, or why your response was that it was irrelevant to the topic? Yeah.
I guess I might need more information about your question.
Well, why Jesus Barabbas wouldn't be relevant to the argument, because he was arguing. Actually, I don't remember well what his point was for bringing up Jesus Barabbas. You just had said it was irrelevant to the topic of whether or not Jews were justified in crucifying Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was just curious whether there was a lot of scholarship or not a lot of information on him as to why he wouldn't be relevant to the topic. I did, and then because I wanted to refer a sermon given by a priest I saw on YouTube where he talks about Jesus Barabbas. It's by Stone Church. They have a YouTube channel,
Okay.
and it's called the Other Jesus.
Mhm.
And I just thought that was a really good, unaware to him, because I'm like listening to the sermon. I'm like, how can you still be a Christian after like all that information you just gave? But
Right.
I thought it was actually a good example of why he would be relevant to the discussion, and probably would have actually, like the caller shot himself in the foot by bringing up Jesus Barabbas.
So, if I remember correctly, the reason why he brought up Jesus Barabbas was because I was suggesting that Jesus deserved the punishment that he was getting because he physically and actually broke the laws that warranted capital punishment. I think they brought up Barabbas to say, well, so did Barabbas. So shouldn't have Barabbas been, punished accordingly to his crimes? I think that might be the conversation we had, but that's why I would have said it's irrelevant, because I mean, obviously, yeah, if you did the crime, you pay the fine, right? But as to Barabbas, most of the critical scholars don't think that Barabbas is a real person. It's a very peculiar name. So Bar is like Aramaic for son. That's why you can date the like some of the biblical texts in the Old Testament, because the typical word in Hebrew for son is bane. So when you see bar, you know that portion, at least that sentence, was borrowed from the Aramaic period when they were in Babylon or post-Babylon. But anyways, so bar rabbis would be something akin to, or Abba would be the second part of the name, which just means father. So you would have something like son of the father in the name, which is really curious that Barabbas's name now is Jesus, son of the Father. Like what? That's a real thing that happened in history. You want me to believe that? So I'm not convinced that Barabbas ever existed, and Pilate wasn't known for releasing prisoners. That wasn't a thing. It seems like this is, if I had to put money on it, this is the entire story of Barabbas is complete fiction.
Okay, interesting. I guess I wanted to know that whether before I like brought him up or re
Yeah.
reused that priest's sermon as like argumentation, and someone else shoots that down. Um, yeah, because I don't know. I thought it was interesting because they focused on how Jesus Barabbas, or the point of his sermon was like how Barabbas was actually more actively trying to fulfill the prophecies and fighting and freeing the Jews, while Jesus was turning the other cheek and whatnot. And so I was just like, this whole sermon is like proving how he didn't fulfill the prophecies. It's so
Yeah.
interesting that a priest is giving this. So
It's true. Like
okay,
same thing with Judas the Galilean. There was a guy named Judas the Galilean who also inspired an uprising. Who some people think that even part of Jesus' story might have been modeled after him, or at least borrowing themes. So that's certainly a possibility. There was so many like fake messiahs from northern Israel, like the Galilean region, that they became known for fake messiahs. If you read the writings of Julian, the heretic emperor, I believe in the middle of the 4th century, he even mentions this, that not Judea, Galilee was like a hotbed for false messiahs. And scholars have known this for a long time. And the reason is because there was a huge contingent of actual Jews, not Samaritans, actual Jews living up there. And they were far enough away from Jerusalem and like the ruling elites and the actual Pharisee class and the scribal class that they kind of do their own thing up here, and they became super messianic. Same thing with the people in the Dead Sea. They broke off from the official branch of Judaism in Jerusalem and did their own thing in the Dead Sea. That's why the Essenes and the Galileans had all these fake Messiah movements. Barabbas, if he existed, was probably just another one of the many fake messiahs, but I very much doubt that they would let him go. They would murder that dude, and certainly wouldn't make sense that his name would be Jesus Barabbas.
gotcha. Is it easy to find the writings of Julian and information on the fake messiahs? Like, where would I read that?
Well, I don't know if there's a book specifically on the fake messiahs, but Julian wrote a book called Against the Galileans. Let me get it. And he makes this argument in the book. It should be available on archive.org, though. Let me check. It is available on Amazon if you want a book format, but they should have it on archive.org as well. Let me check. If you just want like yeah.
Yeah, just reference. Yeah,
Yeah.
while you look that up, and that is a good point that they wouldn't let him go. I was like there's not room for two crucifixions. Like
Yeah. Yeah, it's weird.
it was a one deal special on Friday, or
Let's see. There is a book. There are people who wrote against Julian. Those books are available on the on the website tertullian.org. It's dedicated to the church fathers. They did preserve the book written by Julian called Against the Galileans. So you can read that. It is available at least online for free. But I don't know. I'm looking at it right now. I don't know if it actually was on archive.org. I can just go to the web rather than Googling it. I could just go to the website and type in Against the Galileans and see if it pops up. It might not be on archive.org, but it is at least it's preserved on the Tertullian website.
okay. And now that you mentioned the name, I'll just check. One other question, if real quick.
Yeah.
I did send an email a couple months ago, but I thought I'd bring it up here just in case. I did have a contention sort of with one of the arguments you use for Abimelech being an argument for violating free will. Is it okay if I go? Okay. Got it. So I think it's more of, or a better example of God killing someone unknowingly for unknowingly sinning than for violating free will.
Right.
Just
Abimelech in Genesis?
yes.
I'm not aware that God killed him.
No, well, attempting to.
What,
Yeah.
when
So
he appeared to
in
Abimelech in a dream, but he doesn't kill him. He says, "You're a dead man." But that was a
right,
threat, right? It doesn't appear that he actually tried to kill him.
right, but I think that would still make for a good argument that God is willing to kill someone even though they didn't sin, because or hold up, let me see. Let me back
Mhm.
up. Uh, so when God says he stopped Abimelech from sinning against him,
Mhm.
I don't think it was a change of his desire or intent. It was making him aware of information that he didn't have prior. So like an equivalent situation would be like an individual at a bar saying they're single to a person hitting on them, and then like a third party informs the pursuer who has no genuine interest in being complicit to infidelity that the person they're talking to is in fact lying about being single. So they're like keeping the pursuer from participating in what would turn, eventually be adultery, um, as opposed to like changing that person's free will or desire. Like it's not that they originally had that desire, and so that's why Abimelech responded to in verse 4, like, Lord, would you destroy an innocent person? Like she told me she was his sister, so it's like he wasn't actively trying to commit adultery.
But he was taking her to be part of the harem. It's not
Right,
adultery to take
which
somebody into the harem.
right, but well, every time this verse comes up or on your streams, like you're using it to argue against people, like as an example of God violating free will, like he's violating Abimelech's, but I
Mhm.
don't think he's violating Abimelech's, uh, because that wasn't his like it wasn't his will to commit adultery. He wanted to take Sarah, but that's more of I think a violation of like her free will. She's acting under duress. She can't say no. Him wanting to include her in the harem.
Okay, so are you suggesting when God says, "I prevented you from sinning against me," that it's not a violation of free will, even though God prevented it?
Yeah, I mean, it would be like, um, I'm trying to think of another analogy, I guess, because people use it in common speech all the time. Like, I just stopped you from like eating shit or like falling on your face. Like you caught them, or it's like it wasn't their intent to do this thing. Like when you said I stopped you, it's like I just saved you from making this mistake,
Mm-hmm.
so to speak.
So you're suggesting that God appearing in the dream is what prevented him from sleeping with Sarah or taking
Yeah,
Sarah.
he showed up and said like which is also interesting. He didn't punish Abraham or Sarah for lying, but he was going to punish the person who was lied to,
Mm-hmm.
um, because as far as Abimelech knew, she wasn't married, which is why he again in verse 4 was like she said he was his sister. So it's like he couldn't have even with intention wanted to commit adultery because he didn't know that she was not married.
Yeah, so you don't think God showing up in a dream and threatening him with an inch of his life is interacting with someone's free will?
Not in the sense that, I mean, I guess in the perspective of it was stopping him from doing like executing a decision, but not in the sense that that's that outcome is what he wanted.
Do
Like
you
he
think
wasn't.
that he could have sinned against God anyways, even though God said I prevented you?
If that was his intent, yeah, like I mean, if God came to him and told him, and then he continued to do it anyway, but
So
because that wasn't his intention. and why he said, "Would you destroy an innocent person?" I didn't know she was married,
Mm-hmm.
which is why I was like, this is a better example of him threatening someone who was innocent of, because the sin is adultery. And so if he didn't know he was about to commit a sin, it wasn't adultery to him. So he would have been innocent. This is why I said it would have been the example of someone unintentionally, unknowingly committing a sin, and then God killing them. And it's like they didn't know they were doing that.
So the verbiage, you're probably in the NRSV where it says prevented. The Hebrew word that we actually find here just means to hold back, to withhold something. So it seems like God is suggesting, I withheld you, like I held you back from sinning, is what he's saying.
Right.
But
Okay.
I mean,
I can see that, but God acknowledges his innocence in verse 6, saying, "I know you did this with integrity in your heart."
Yeah, well, you can have
So it's
accidental
like he
sin.
knew that.
Leviticus 5 and 4 addresses accidental sin.
Right. Well, I'm not saying you can't have accidental sin. That's why I mean that's what I was think. That's what I think was happening here in this verse, and he was about to accidentally sin, committing adultery, but he wasn't aware that it was going to be adultery or that he was even sinning.
Well, I'm not sure he has to be aware of it. You don't have to be aware that you're sinning for it to be a sin. That's why, remember, in Job chapter 1, it says that he offered sacrifices on behalf of his children if in the event they accidentally sinned while his children were together, having dinners and whatnot.
Right. Okay. Wait. I guess help me understand then what your argument is about it being a violation of free will. Because
well, God says that I held you back from sinning against me, which if just appearing to him in a dream, if that's all he did, well, then he didn't do it. That'd be a lie. God didn't hold him back. Because he theoretically could have still done it.
Right, but that also implies in that statement that it was his intention to sin. Like, I stopped you from committing a sin against me. But it's like he didn't know he was sinning.
It wasn't his intention to sin. It was his intention to take Sarah.
Right.
Which would have been a sin that he was unaware of.
Right. But if he knew that she was married, then he wouldn't have wanted to take Sarah, correct?
If he was aware. Yeah, if he was aware. Well, it depends. So in the earlier episode, when they go into Egypt and Sarah's taken, it seems pretty clear. And here again, the fear from Abraham is that if we go into this territory, they will kill me and then take you. That's why they have to lie about it. It's not just that they don't want Sarah taken. They don't want Abraham to die and then Sarah get taken. So if it's the sister rather than the wife, they don't have to kill Abraham. They just take the woman. So the lie was there to keep Abraham from getting murdered when they took Sarah.
So does that mean Abimelech was lying to God when he said he was innocent? If Abraham thought he was going to actually be killed?
What are you talking about? Abimelech didn't communicate to Abraham that he would have been killed. That's just Abraham's fear.
Right. Well, then okay. Sorry, disregard that. That was, but that. I'm trying to see how to. Right, but his fear becomes irrelevant then in Abimelech's decision, because if Abimelech, that was Abraham's fear, but Abimelech, if he had known and was aware, that's not an action he would have taken.
But he didn't know.
According to his words. Right, which is my point. So that means it can't be a violation of free will, because that's not an actual action he would have taken had he had that information, and God gave him that information.
But he didn't have the information. That's why he was going to do it.
Right. But then how's it violating free? I guess it's hard. I don't know how to communicate it, because thing. Okay, that's tough. I guess I don't know if I'm wording it or explaining it how.
I think what you're trying to say is, had Abimelech known that they were married, he would have left her alone. But he
Right.
didn't know that. So when God showed up, he gave that information to Abimelech, the information that would have prevented him from sleeping with Sarah.
Right.
Yeah, but I don't.
Yeah.
That's not my read of it.
But he and God agree that there was integrity in his heart.
Yeah, so what? You can have integrity in your heart and still sin. His intentions are irrelevant to whether or not he's going to come into sin.
Well, the intention, I think, is the relevant part to whether or not it was a violation of free will.
Yeah, because he wanted to take her, and God said, I'm not letting you.
Right. But I think the intention is what makes the difference, as opposed to like if his intent was he was going to take her no matter what, and God, like, are you saying that it would be a violation, like we're violating someone's free will if they give them information they didn't have, and so they make a different decision?
No. I mean, that could be a violation of free will as well when God is doing it, because you can't question God and you can't tell God that he's wrong about what he knows in the future. So when God interacts with you, he's always violating your free will. There's no way around it. The other thing is, if his intention was to take Sarah, whether it was in good faith or not in good faith, right? If his intention was to take Sarah, and then God showing up says, I prevented you from doing this thing, then the only way to read that is that God prevented him from doing this thing. The mechanism's really not all that valid. The reality is, God said, I did a thing that prevented you from doing the thing that you wanted to do.
Right. But your last sentence there said prevented from wanting to do, but he didn't want to sin. So he couldn't prevent him from wanting to sin.
No, I'm not referencing the sin. He wanted to take Sarah, and God prevented it from happening.
Yeah, but that's the statement he made. I stopped you from sinning against me.
Well, the sin would be taking Sarah.
Because of the information he left. So God saying, I stopped you from sinning implies that Abimelech wanted to sin. He can't stop him from something he didn't want.
He wanted to take Sarah, and God said, you won't be taking Sarah. Whether or not he knew it's a sin is irrelevant.
I think that is the relevant part, though. That changes whether or not the intention and the knowledge is what changes whether or not it is or wasn't a sin.
No. Again, you don't have to intend to sin to sin. Most of the sacrifices in Leviticus 4 and 5 are for sins you committed unintentionally.
Right. I mean, I understand you don't have to intend to sin, but it changes the intention on whether or not he wanted to take Sarah if he had that information.
So what?
Okay.
After God showed up, did he have the option of taking Sarah?
Yes.
No. Because God punished him. He closed up the wombs of all the members of his household. He actively prevented this action from happening.
Wait, what verse is that?
It's later in the same chapter.
Okay, wait. So
verse 18 says, Abraham prayed to God, and God healed Abimelech and also healed his wife and female slaves so that they bore children, for the Lord had closed fast all the wombs of the household of Abimelech because of Sarah, Abraham's wife. So God literally went in and closed the wombs of Abimelech's women as a punishment preemptively.
As a punishment for almost taking Sarah?
Yeah. Now, there's debate on to, whether or not this is a protective measure for determining genealogical issues with Abimelech and his wives. But that's not really important. What's important is God showed up, closed the wombs of Abimelech's household, and said, "You're a dead man if you continue."
Gotcha.
If God shows up and says, "You're a dead man if you go forward," you don't honestly
Yeah,
think he's
then
going to
now,
go and do it, right?
yeah, no, that's different than, okay, got it. I concede.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Folded like a lawn
Thanks for,
chair.
yeah.
I'm just fucking with you.
Thanks for,
I get
no,
it.
thanks for
I
entertaining
understand
it.
your read. I understand your read. I just don't. I just don't know if I would read it that way.
Gotcha. No, I think the last part definitely changed that, or solidified that. So,
Okay.
thanks.
Well, it's good hearing from you, buddy. Have fun at work, okay?
All right, thanks. Bye.
Cheers, man. Interesting. Interesting topic. Narcissus said, "Thank you for the additional super chat, my friend. I really appreciate it. There's no idea how others will remember you. I'll remember you for being in a Stanley Kubrick set hotel, not realizing it." Wait, what's that? I gotta look it up. Y'all are. I'm constantly having to look stuff up here. Stanley. Let's see. Kubrick. Kubrick Hotel. Oh shit! What? When was I there? That's a dope looking hotel. You mean like from The Shining? I was in The Shining hotel. You mean when I was in it's like Scandinavian prison? Is that what you're talking about? That might be what you're talking about. Yeah, the some of the Airbnbs that I've lodged in, or even hotel rooms, have been less than stellar. I would rather stay in this particular hotel, even with the weird twin girls haunting the place. But I think at one point there were like ghost bartenders pouring drinks. So fuck, I'll take some ghost bartenders pour me a drink. I'd be down with that. But nevertheless, I appreciate that, Narcissus. At least somebody will remember me. Big W. And Misha, thank you for the super chat, friend. Hope you're doing well. There's a random joke this morning, my favorite. Okay, can't wait to hear it. How can you tell the difference between a chemist and a plumber? Ask them to pronounce the word unionized. Rock hard for Doug, and let's get cooking, friend. Okay, this is in plumbing, most of them are in a union. Which, if they're unionized, then they would form a plumbing union. In chemistry, I don't know how you would pronounce that differently, but I know it means something different. But I'm trying to think how you would pronounce it differently. Let me see if there's a different pronunciation of this. So, according to the internet, when you're using chemistry, the pronunciation is supposed to be, there's a hyphen, unionized. Yeah, obviously a particle that has no charge is not ionized, which means it would be unionized. I didn't. Sorry, I wasn't sure what was happening there. But yeah, I don't know. So as an engineer, I'm obviously a huge fan of ionization, but I don't know if I've ever used the phrase unionized. We would typically say something like neutral. You know what I mean? But never mind, Misha, it's a wonderful joke. It just might have been lost on me because I thought too much on it. But thank you for the joke and for the super chat, my friend. And Fox Honey, thank you for the question and the super chat. Says, "Oh, Phoenix Honey." I just thought it was Fox. I didn't. PHX sounds like Fox with a different spelling, right? Phoenix Honey says, why isn't there much written about Jesus' childhood or young adulthood? Why weren't Jesus' siblings asked to fill in the gap? Didn't they know he was God's son? So, no. The earliest Gospel of Mark doesn't include the resurrection, like floating up into the clouds. Doesn't include the birth narrative. The reason why like infancy narratives pop up is because later generations have questions that didn't get answered by the Gospels. We got this guy, he's like the Messiah, we think he's a god. Well, like, where the fuck did he come from? Because I heard that this guy just came out of Egypt and was like a magician charlatan, which is what people were talking about, right? If you read the writings of Origen against Celsus, and also sections of the Talmud refer to him as Jesus ben Pantera. So there's obviously these rumors going around that he was born out of wedlock. He seems to even be addressing it in Matthew 22. He seems to address it at the bottom of the page when he talks about Psalm 110. So it seems to me that the infancy narratives added later, like in Matthew and Luke, the goal was to fill in those gaps and also act as a polemic against some of the rumors that he was born out of wedlock. And that's how you get the whole, well, obviously he was born of God, right? It would have been normal for people to think that he was God's son, especially in ancient Rome. You could be like an adopted, deified human being to one of the gods. So that wasn't an issue. His origin as being from God rather than an adopted is kind of novel. Evil Banana says, do you know Will Duffy, TFE, maybe collab? I don't know Will Duffy. Isn't that the person that Gutsit Gibbon was educating on evolution? I thought he was a Christian. Let me look. Will Duffy, a Colorado pastor known for debunking flat earth model, is undergoing an ongoing year-long educational series on evolutionary theory with science communicator Eric Gutsit Gibbon. As a young earth creationist, he is actively learning about evolution and deep time to objectively evaluate the evidence. Okay. I don't know what we would collaborate about. I would love to sit down and talk to him about the Bible. I'd love to educate him on that. I have a sense that he wouldn't be interested in that. Let me see what his education is. Hold on. He has a webpage. Oh, this has got to be the wrong William Duffy. He works at Agape Kingdom Fellowship in Wheat Ridge, Colorado. But what are his credentials? Let me see if I type in Will Duffy, Colorado, pastor, education, maybe? Will Duffy, he's a volunteer Christian pastor at Agape Kingdom Fellowship in Wheat Ridge. Interesting. Not a lot of information. I wonder if Agape Kingdom Fellowship has a webpage that we can reference, though. I bring this up because, listen, in the current age, the majority of pastors at this point don't have any biblical education. It's really embarrassing. I don't know why churches keep hiring people with no biblical education. Let's see. There's a Home Connect. I don't see anything on here for profiles. Here's Will Duffy, senior pastor. You can't click on it and see a profile or anything. So I don't think we know anything about this person in terms of his education, but obviously he's a well-known pastor. I'd love to collab. Tony says, Justin, love your content. Well, thank you, Tony. I appreciate that. What's a good Hebrew scripture interlinear you would recommend? Good question. I'll show you one. You want either the Lexum, which is a really good one, or this one. Give me a second. I'm logging in to my Logos Bible study software. on the web page so that you can see what I'm talking about. I can log in remotely on my standalone app, but it wouldn't quite be the same. All right, give me a second. Come on, keyboard. All right. What happened here? Oh, because I'm not personally logged in yet. Let me sign in. Sorry. Nevertheless, I'll get you the name of it, but the one by Lexum is amazing. That's a really good one. There's another one you can get, like a giant blue one, typically at like Books A Million or Barnes Noble. That's okay, but I'm gonna rank it as mediocre. This is a better one. All right. This one, you're gonna be two of them. The Lexum Greek English Interlinear of the New Testament, and then the Lexum Hebrew English Interlinear Bible. Those are the two of my favorite interlinear Bibles. There's another one that's done by Emmanuel Tove, and if you guys watch me for a long time, y'all know I love Emmanuel Tove. Emmanuel Tove is like a premier scholar in Hebrew textual criticism. Emmanuel Tove has his own interlinear text. Let me grab it. Let's see. Oh, he did a Hebrew and Aramaic interlinear of the New Testament. That's not the one I'm looking for. You know what? Maybe he did. Maybe I'm thinking of somebody else. Emmanuel Tove did some interlinear publications, but it might not be of the Hebrew Bible. Let me check though. Maybe it's not on my in my library. All right, Emmanuel Tove, interlinear Hebrew Bible. He did not do a Hebrew Bible. So my recommendation overall would be probably the one by Lexum is like one of the most recent and one of the most scholarly. If you want like an interlinear Greek and Hebrew, let me get you this one. It's a super common one. Here it is. I'm going to blow up the image and put it on screen. This is super common. It's got the Old Testament and the New Testament in an interlinear layout. I can't say that I love it. I actually own it. I have a copy of this. It's big, it's bulky, it's hard to carry around. Is the translation adequate? Yes. It is. It's adequate. Nothing wrong with it. In fact, I can show you in a sample. My complaint is that the translation into English is got a lot of archaic English words, like words we don't use anymore. Let me see. I don't know if I can zoom in on this photograph. Let me see if I can zoom in and show y'all. No, I can't really zoom in any further than we already are. So anyways, that's the complaint with this one. It's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. It needs to be modernized for different English readers. We don't use a lot of these words anymore. And that's my only real complaint. But let me see. There should be another one I thought, because I've got one in the other room. In fact, give me 1 second. I'm going to go grab another interlinear translation. The problem with this one, even though it's good, is that it's in different volumes. So this is not bad. This is the interlinear Hebrew English Old Testament. This is just Genesis and Exodus. And this is overlaid with the RSV, if I remember correctly. Let me double check. Which if you have a King James overlay, interlinear, fuck that thing. Get rid of it. You don't. There's no point in using a King James interlinear. That's why I hate Bible Hub. Yeah, so this has on the left-hand column the King James, on the right-hand column the Revised Standard. So you'll be able to see it here. You can even compare where the KJV and the Revised Standard differ in this particular translation. And with that, let me grab you. I'm going to grab my other big blue interlinear just to show you the layout in that one. You can also get a parallel. You get the JPS English Hebrew parallel. Give me just 1 second. I apologize. It won't be long. I just got to run downstairs and grab my other one. So this one, you'll be able to see the problems with it, has a teeny tiny print for the English translation. It's barely readable. The printing is more of a facsimile of a facsimile of a facsimile. So sometimes reading the Hebrew, you can't always make out the vowels. So if you're going to read this one, you need to know the Hebrew text pretty well. You need to know your Hebrew roots very well, your Shurish, because the vowels don't, sometimes they just don't appear on this. Now, as for the translation, there's a note in here about the translation, because you would think that it's kind of King Jamesy, but it's actually not the King James. Let's see. It's called, the author just refers to this as a literal translation of the Bible. But it's got some weird verbiage in here for some of the stuff. But it's not bad. I don't want to talk bad about it, because I'm not going to say it's bad. I just think sometimes the wording's kind of silly. I'm curious what it does with Psalm 82, though. I don't know if I've read Psalm 82 in this one. It says, God stands in the assembly of God. Oh. Huh. They changed that one. Should say God's... Wow, assembly of gods? Why would it say that? Huh. In the midst of the gods. Yeah, there we go. Got it. How long? Okay. Oh, there's a typo. On Psalm 82, the English translation has a typo. I just fucking caught it. It says Goid instead of God. Oh, Goid, judge the earth. That's crazy. Anyways, it's fine. If you just want to go to the bookstore and pick up a translation of the Greek and Hebrew in an interlinear fashion, all in one book, this is fine. This will get you there. No worries. I reference it for a quick reference because it's got the old and the new. Rock hard for Doug. Great to see you, friend. Thank you so much for gifting out 5 DZ debate gifted memberships. That's huge. And for those who have memberships and access to the Deconstruction cheat sheet, I'm actively adding a tab right now called Heaven. And on this tab, I'm going to have all the Bible verses that demonstrate that God lives in the sky. Heaven is the sky, not a kingdom invisible far away. Evil Banana says, I'll try to find out Bible convo between you two. Oh, you mean try to find out if Will would have a conversation with me. If you have that capability somehow to assemble a conversation between the two of us, I'd be more than happy to do it. All right, let's bring Stephanie in here, and we'll get some more questions going. Welcome in, Stephanie. You with us?
Hello?
Oh, hey, there you are.
Can you, oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, hi. Sorry,
Hi, how you doing?
nervous.
You do
First time
have.
doing this.
It sounds like you're listening through your speakers. Is that true?
I have my headset.
Okay, just checking. I heard a little bit of an echo a minute ago, but I think we'll be able to work through it.
Okay, sorry.
That's okay. What's in your mind?
So I started deconstructing from Christianity, and
Congrats.
it's just a lot of it is a lot of information, honestly, that's just I feel like I'm just neck deep in. And my first question is there an order you would suggest learning about history and ancient civilizations to help when you're reading the Bible and trying to deconstruct from it?
There are some starting points. Like if you're going to start with the Hebrew Bible, I would go to one of these. There's another book that I have on ebook, but you can get it free on archive.org. It's by Samuel Driver. It's called Cuneiform Parallels to the Old Testament, and it's full of ancient Near Eastern cuneiform texts that are comparable to the biblical texts to help you fill in the cultural context. But these are more direct. So this one by Victor Matthews and Don Benjamin is called Old Testament Parallels. Laws and stories from the ancient Near East. And by parallels, they mean parallel to the Bible. So this will help you to contextualize the Hebrew Bible. Another one that's just as good by Chavalis and Younger is Mesopotamia and the Bible. Both of these are really good at taking the ancient Near Eastern literature and tying it in with the Bible so that you can better understand what's happening.
Okay.
The other commentary I highly recommend for the Old Testament is this is a 5-volume series. I recommended it a lot. It's called the Zondervan Illustrated Bible Background Commentary. As far as I'm aware, this is still the best commentary series on this particular topic, where they're going back into the ancient Near Eastern texts and contextualizing the Bible with it. Now, they do have the same volume for the New Testament. So you can buy the Old Testament and the New Testament collection, and I think they're fabulous. If you want to start small, you might want to start with like an introduction or a survey of the Old Testament and then a survey of the New Testament. So John J. Collins does one. My favorite is still by Lasore and Hubbard, Old Testament survey. On the New Testament survey, there's a million people. There's so many New Testament survey books out there. I mean, I could recommend a couple, but honestly, if you just go on Amazon and type in New Testament survey, I'll show you. There's going to be a lot of them because Christians, by and large, like to study the New Testament. So
yeah.
There's just a gigantic number of New Testament surveys, even by conservatives like Norman Geisler was a conservative scholar. But there's dozens of them. The thing I would say is if you're going to do a New Testament survey, I would get one by a professor that works at like an official college, like a state college or like Oxford, rather than getting a guy that like works at a seminary. Because if they work at a seminary, they're probably, while it might be academic in nature, it might also include some theological fluff.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
That helps. Yeah. I am trying to stay away from the fluffy bits.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember who wrote one recently that was really good. It's not coming to me. But one that you might consider that's going to come from like a non-theological apologetic is Robert Gundry's introduction. It's called A Survey of the New Testament by Robert Gundry. That should be good. The one that I used was and this is the Hossie one. It was a big one. It's an introduction to the New Testament, contexts, methods, and ministry formation. And this was a beefy one. Let's see, how many pages are in this one? Yeah, this has got almost 1,000 pages, about 930 pages. So this is a good by David De Silva.
Yes.
He's a really well-known scholar. He's not retired yet. He got his PhD from Emory, and he's a really cool dude.
Okay. Okay,
Yeah.
that helps. That
He
helps.
al-
Thank you so much.
Yeah, good luck.
Oh,
He also writes. David De Silva writes on the apocryphal books too. If you're interested in the apocrypha, David De Silva's got some books on that.
Okay. Thank you so much. That really helps. I have another question. It's kind of two questions I put into one. How did you deal, or if you did, with the emotional realization that you may not believe in the faith you kind of relied on in your entire life?
That's the harder part about deconverting. So I would say for me it was in stages. When I first left Christianity, I can't say that I went through any negative emotions because I still believed in a God, right? So I was like, well, Christianity might not be true, but like, okay, so I guess there must be a God out there, anyways. Like, look at these near-death experiences. Like, how do we explain these, right? So I didn't like immediately run into any problems. Now, when I started studying like God in general and science and looking at arguments for and against a generic God, and I came to the conclusion that, oh, I'm actually an atheist and there's no afterlife. This is all we get. That was probably more emotional for me. I remember going through like all the stages of grief, like when you lose a loved one, like your father, your spouse, your mother. I went through all the stages. I went through anger, depression, and then eventually through like partial acceptance, whatever the steps are. I forget the steps of dealing with grief. I went through all of them, and there was a period there where I would say I was barely functioning. Like when it first happened, I was mad, but I was also terrified. Like I was having panic attacks about the idea that I'm not going to exist one day. And like I was like, how the fuck are people not talking about this? I remember sitting at work, like not getting anything done, just like staring at my monitor, like, how are people like there's 100 people in this office? How are we all here doing work knowing that we're just going to be gone one day? Like what a piece of bullshit, right? And so that's a normal reaction. So one of the things that helped me get out of that, believe it or not, is actually in engaging with other people who've already went through it and listening to how they got through it. And I would also recommend therapy because like sometimes therapists will help. Sometimes you want to talk to your doctor even about temporarily perhaps taking a medication to help. So it depends on where you're at in life. But I can tell you from my experience, it goes away. Like once you go through all the stages and you get to the other side, just like losing a loved one, you will eventually come to terms with your own mortality. And one of the stories that helped me cope a little bit was rereading the Epic of Gilgamesh. So in the Epic of Gilgamesh, he's basically wrestling with this idea of mortality. So and in the end, he decides that his way of becoming immortal is to leave a legacy. And you know what? I thought, while I can't be immortal, at least I can try to leave something behind. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get that. That does make sense.
Yeah. So that's how I ended up. But everyone's different. Not everyone is going to be in the same boat there.
Okay. My final question, it kind of ties into it. I think it's a similar response as well, is how do you get over the fear of hell and the fear of
Mm.
God as you're deconstructing? Because I know for me, I will, say denounce Christianity if Jesus and hell is dismantled. Because if that no longer makes sense, there's no point in Christianity. That's how I reasoned it out. But there's always that fear of hell because that's what's been drilled into my mind since
So here's how I would address it. I didn't worry about hell when I deconverted, because once you no longer believe in it, right? Like, you're not afraid of hell. Like, so if I ask you something like, hey, are you afraid of going to the Muslim hell? What would you say?
I don't believe in it, so I don't fear it.
Exactly. Once you are fully through with your deconstruction and you really don't believe any of it, the fear's gone. You don't worry about it for 1 minute. So it'll self-correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's good to know.
I promise it gets better. I promise.
Oh, it's a wild ride.
It is. And it's a tough one, and not everybody understands it. That's one of the reasons why I started my channel, is because a lot of us deconstructed on our own, and we dealt with this stuff on our own. One of the things that helped me was watching like the other debates, like Atheist Experience, especially watching Matt deal with the callers. Was, for me, it was like cathartic. I was like, yeah, I'm not crazy. These are what I'm seeing are real problems. So being in community with people that are deconstructing is helpful. That's why I recommend joining our Discord community. But yeah, I think having community, giving it some time, and working through each problem one at a time, I think it will be helpful for you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, sure thing. Hey, cheers. Have a great one.
Bye. You too. Bye.
Fantastic. Speaking of Atheist Experience and Matt, I just saw Matt scroll through here, and I think he tagged me in a comment. Let me find it real quick so I can see what he was asking. Typically, I don't notice when people tag me in comments because I've got 100 of them every minute. But I recognized the profile picture. I have my chat aggregation software set up so the profile pictures are really big and the text is really small, so I can see who's commenting at least. Here's what he's saying. It says, DZ Debates. Hey, it's Matt. Well, hey, Matt. Illcat claims you won't let him through. Is that accurate? I have no idea who Illcat is. And to be sure, he's not in my queue anywhere. I can show you my queue. Let me show you. Let me change my web browser to the other browser, and then I'll show you who's actually in my queue and who's not in my queue. So 1 second, let me switch it to Video Ninja. Oh, wrong button. There we go. This is my queue. In fact, let me zoom in. You can see everybody. I'll scroll right through it. You'll see Jimmy. You'll see Marcia, Nick, John, Holmes, Cynthia, Alex, Bad Herman Nudix, T-Town, Dom, and another Matt, it looks like. And that's it. So if this ill cat is in my box, apparently they're in the wrong place, because they're not in my box. They're in somebody else's box, but not mine. Also, I don't know why they would be saying that I won't let them in, because we're not even debating. We're literally just doing a Q&A tonight. So, like, why would I prevent somebody from coming into a Q&A? Like, are they going to ask like a question that I've never heard? Like, what are we talking about here? It's just a Q&A. Like, he's welcome, or whoever it is, they're welcome to come back on a debate night and get cooked. They're always welcome to do that, but no, they're not in my queue. I'm not preventing anyone from coming up. I'm just literally taking them out of my queue one at a time. Callie, thank you for the $20 super chat, my friend, and for the question. It says, if you were teaching a Hebrew Bible course, what would you want students to take away from the Judah story? Fuck. Okay. First of all, the Judah story is not real history. It's not even clear that it was meant to be written as history. But I don't know if you need to teach a Hebrew course to understand what's happening in Judith. it's a story of liberation, but also a story of humiliation, where victory was gained through, I don't want to say trickery, but outsmarting the enemy, but also by a woman. That's kind of the gist of the story, right? It's they get their comeuppance, but in the most embarrassing way possible. I always thought that was like more of the like the thing that they're trying to say, if that makes sense. I hope you understand. I assume you recently read Judith, but I'm actually curious when they date Judith. Judith has got to be 1st century BCE. Let me check. That's right. This is not a Catholic. This is Oxford, so it's going to be right here. Awesome. Let's see. They've got a date here. Says most scholars agree it was written at some point during the Hasmonean dynasty. Sure. Anywhere between 165 and 37 BCE. So that checks out. Probably a late 2nd century, early 1st century. Says the book was certainly completed by the 1st century CE, meaning after Jesus already died, and it was mentioned in 1st Clement. So that is true. But there's like names of people in here that are real names, but these stories didn't happen. This isn't a real story. So my takeaway of the Judah story is basically God will fuck up the enemies. Don't worry. You're in a bad place now. Don't worry. God will fuck up your enemies. It's going to be fine. And he'll use the lowest people in society to do it. All right, let's get next in line was Jimmy. So we'll get Jimmy in here. How you doing, Jimmy?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, awesome. First off, thanks for taking my call. I've just really enjoyed your content from the line to just finding out about your channel recently. So this is really great.
No, great to hear about it, friend.
Okay, I do have a list of questions, so I'm just gonna try to get to it. My first one is, what do you think about like John the Baptist, and do you think maybe his story was appropriated by Christianity? Like he could have been, um, what is it, one of those end time prophecy people, and he was devout, has his own cult, and then it was just appropriated by the authors of the Gospels.
Yeah. Okay, so my understanding of the historical John the Baptist, if we can say there was one, is probably in line with James Tabor. He and I agree on this particular point. It looks like John the Baptist came from the Qumran Assyrian community. He was obviously an ascetic. And inside of this community, there was a lot of fervor about the coming Messiah, and even stuff about the Messiah's suffering. In fact, John J. Collins wrote a book on this, about how the model of the Messiah, of Jesus and John, but specifically Jesus, appear in the Qumran text. I forget exactly what the name of the book was, but he writes on this one, John Collins does. Nevertheless, it looks, if you read the Dead Sea Scrolls, and I read through them, they have 2 different Messiah concepts. Now, one is that there's 2 Messiahs and that they're essentially together at the same time. And there's another one that indicates there might be as many as 4 Messiahs, but we don't really hear much about that. There's only one text that mentions it. So I'm not too worried about that. In the 2 Messiah theory, and this is very similar to what you're going to find. There's a section in the Talmud. It's in Sukkah 52. I'll double check. In Sukkah 52, there should be a 2 Messiah theory as well. I'm going to pull it up and find it, though. So, for those who don't know, in the Talmud, Sukkah is a tractate, but it comes from the word for like a temporary dwelling, like a Sukkot. So Sukkot would be plural of Sukkah, which is what the temporary dwellings were. That the festival of booths, or the festival of Sukkot, is named after the word Sukkah, but there's a tractate to it. Nevertheless, I should have it in here. Let me find it. Requirement. I had jotted down the passage in a list of notes. There we go. Okay, so I had right, Sukkah 52a. There are two messiahs that are mentioned, and one of them dies. So I think, and the second messiah witnesses the death of the first messiah. So my assumption is that Jesus and John the Baptist, the historical pair, probably would have viewed John the Baptist as the forerunner, Messiah, and Jesus as the final Messiah. But it says, concerning the one being mourned in Zechariah 12:10, apropos the eulogy at the end of days, the Gemara asks, for what is the nature of this eulogy? The Gemara answers, Rabbi Dosa and rabbis disagree concerning this matter. One said that the eulogy is for Messiah ben Yosef, who was killed in the war of Gog from the land of Magog prior to the ultimate redemption of the coming Messiah, Ben David. So they're saying that Messiah ben Yosef dies. Messiah ben David would be the ultimate Messiah, which is why you would expect that they tried so hard to tie Jesus to David, even though he wasn't from David's bloodline. So I think that's historically how they would have viewed John the Baptist, as one of the forerunners, which is why early on in the Gospels they asked, are you Elijah or are you the prophet? Which they expected someone to come prior to the Messiah. So they're like, I know somebody's coming before the Messiah. Are you one of these two? And he's like, no, it's not me, which is funny because Jesus said, actually, it is you. You're Elijah. The other text you might want to look into is Kol HaTor, chapter 2, concerning the identities of Messiah ben Yosef and Messiah ben David. So those are some texts you could look at. I would also recommend reading the Messiah concepts from Qumran. For example, 4Q175 is what I wrote in my notes. I apologize, I didn't write the actual text in my notes. I just put the actual scroll in my notes. But there are a handful of quote unquote messianic texts. And one reason why I like this translation of the Dead Sea Scrolls is rather than listing them in order, they actually listed them by grouping. And so if you go into the, the table of contents, you will find a section dedicated to messianic texts. It's 4Q175. It's called A Collection of Messianic Proof Texts on page 229. And you can see why I wrote that Qumran scroll down now, right? But let's grab, did I say 229? Yeah. I think that's what I said. Yeah. 4Q175. And it says, and then this is going to be about the Messiah. There's not a lot of text here. It's not, unfortunately, super full of information. But it's definitely a place to start. But anyways, you can get a PDF copy of this on the internet on probably, you can check it out like a library book on archive.org and just look for the word Messiah in it and you'll find a bunch of texts.
Okay. I'm going to keep my questions coming because I've had so many questions for you, if you don't mind.
Sure.
I kind of find like the original sacrifice of, God the Father sacrificing his son is kind of like, I don't know, to me it seemed kind of weak. And I thought like, I don't, maybe it doesn't follow the same kind of like lore of someone sacrificing their son. Like I heard someone say like a couple months ago that, like in the original, maybe Abrahamic story that Abraham's son didn't survive and was actually sacrificed. So I'm just wondering why, like, I don't know. It seems kind of weak. Maybe God the Father could have sacrificed himself somehow. I don't know. Like,
so
does that like
it's
seem
speculative,
possible or
right? Because it's speculative because we don't really know. We don't have alternative versions of the Abraham Isaac sacrifice, so it's hard to know like what would have been original in the oldest story. So like Genesis, a lot of our Genesis material comes from the Babylonian period. And so now we're talking 1400 years after the fact. That's a long time after the fact for the story to get mythologized and warped. So I'm not sure if there was original how it would have differed, but what we could say is that it's an indication that at that time period, even within Israel, within the Israelite culture or the Canaanite culture, child sacrifice would have been at least vaguely acceptable. There's a guy who wrote a book on this. It's I thought his last name starts with a D. I'll find it for you real quick. It's called Child Sacrifice in Ancient Israel. And this is a really well received book. Oh, wait, Heath Durrell. There we go. I was like, what? Why can't I think of his name? Heath Durrell did a really cool book called Child Sacrifice in Ancient Israel that goes over this passage and a couple other passages, kind of outlining that there was probably a time in the ancient Israelite culture where child sacrifice was probably acceptable. So he doesn't outright say they were doing child sacrifice, but there's some really interesting suggestions in there from the text that I think make sense, especially what we find in Exodus 13 and in Exodus 22, where God commands child sacrifice.
Okay. I was thinking about more on the lines of like, you know, in the New Testament, like why wouldn't God the Father like couldn't he have like come down and sacrificed himself? I mean, or would
Well,
that not have followed like um the lore of the time of like maybe God sacrificing their most prized possessions? I don't know.
well, that is the Christian doctrine. So the earliest doctrines would have been that Jesus was the adopted son of God. So the Markan gospel was probably an adoptionist gospel, which means his being the son of God doesn't mean that he actually is God. Nevertheless, later Christian tradition wanted to worship Jesus as a God. So like by the time you get to the Gospel of John, he's a God now. Well, if Jesus is God, that means there's multiple gods, and we can't have that. So they do gymnastics to say, no, Jesus is God. There's a Trinity. Now, if Jesus is God and there's a Trinity, well, then it actually does mean that God came down and killed himself. But it's like the height of absurdity. There's a God who is so full of bloodlust that he had to impregnate a little virgin girl to give birth to himself, to kill himself, to satisfy his own bloodlust. It's just a nonsensical story once Jesus becomes God.
Yeah. Makes total sense to me. Do you think Jesus committed a crime in turning over the tables? And then I forgot what book that was in, but I mean, didn't he commit a crime?
It's debatable. Did he commit a crime against the ruling authorities? Sure. Yeah, he probably did. Did he break one of the Mosaic laws? I'm not sure he did. But the bigger concern is in the Bible, you're allowed to have money changers in the temple. It specifically says, I'll get you the verse real quick. It says, if you're too far from the temple to bring an animal, you can bring money. Let me get it for you. If I remember correctly, it was, I keep wanting to put it in Deuteronomy, but I think it's actually in Leviticus. No, it wasn't Deuteronomy. Deuteronomy 14. Okay. So Deuteronomy 14, 22, and 29 gives permission to do exactly this. So Jesus was angry, right? Because my read of Jesus in the New Testament is that he's an idiot that has no idea what's in the Hebrew Bible. He has some understanding of the Hebrew Bible just from his culture, like from his upbringing as a Jew, but no way the dude in Matthew or Mark has read this book. But he says, set aside a part of the tithe, all the yield of your seed that is brought yearly from the field in the presence of the Lord your God in a place that he will choose as a dwelling for his name. You should, so on and so forth. Let's see. There you go. But if when the Lord your God has blessed you, the distance is so great that you are unable to transport it because the place where the Lord your God will choose to set his name is too far away from you. Then you may turn it into money. With the money secure in hand, go to the place that the Lord your God will choose. Spend the money for whatever you wish, oxen, sheep, wine, strong drink, or whatever you desire, and you shall eat there in the presence of the Lord your God, and you and your household rejoicing together. So it's not clear, like, if in fact he violated a crime, but it is clear that he thought that they violated one of the commandments when they didn't.
Mm, okay. Okay. Um, Here's another one for you. Like in the Old Testament, I kind of feel like maybe like were some of these books like maybe appropriated from like other maybe talking about other deities and then put into the Old Testament somehow. Like, I, whenever I like kind of thought of Job, it kind of seems like I kind of get that feeling sometimes. Like,
Mhm.
could they be talking about some other deity, and then like maybe this story got taken from someone else's religion or someone else's storytelling,
Oh yeah.
folklore, and then
Mhm.
you know,
Yeah. So, if you know much about the documentary hypothesis, people pretty famous for writing on it now. You would find like Julian Wellhausen, Richard Elliott Friedman, Umberto Cassuto did a lecture series on it a long time ago, and then maybe most recent would be like Joel Baden. But
hmm
in the documentary hypothesis, the idea is that we have many texts that were collected from the north and the southern cultures, and then eventually assembled into a larger text, and then edited and redacted by various schools. Now,
hmm
because the Psalms are so interesting, what we can find is there are some Psalms that are directly taken from Egyptian Psalms and Proverbs. We have Psalms and Proverbs directly taken from Egyptian. We also see some Psalms that are directly taken from Psalms of Baal, which we discovered when we uncovered Ugarit in 1928. I can double check when that happened, but so Ugarit was a northern city, I would say towards Lebanon, so not quite in Israel proper, but pretty damn close to it. In the ancient times, it would have been considered Israel. Now, what we discovered is that the pantheon of gods that they worshipped there was headed by the high god, El. And then there were various other gods in there. Now, here's the funny thing. In the Hebrew Bible, most of those gods, a lot of them show up. And they name their children after those gods. Towns are named after those gods. Like Bethel means house of El. Bet Anat means house of Anat. That's one of the daughters. We also have Baal Savon, which would be the mountain of Baal. So like it's abundantly clear that some of the oldest parts of literature, and Jacob Wright mentions this in one of his recent books, that the oldest parts of literature seem to come from the northern tribes who were there first. They're like the big brother. And then the Judeans came much later. Maybe they even formed as part of a people group that left Egypt. And they have kind of some of their own traditions that intermingled with the northern tradition. But the reality is, at some point, we see mixing of Judean texts and northern Canaanite texts. The Canaanites would have been called Israelites because the Canaanites, believe it or not, worshipped El. The name Israel means contends, or he contends with El, because it's a third masculine singular, or actually he contended is a third masculine singular verb. So the northern Canaanites actually just are the Israelites. You'll read about this if you do read anything from Finkelstein or William Devers or any of the modern archaeologists of the times, or even Ted Lewis or Zini Zevit. So we have these texts from the north that seem to be pretty old. We've got also old texts from the southern Judeans. And then we've got texts that come later from two classifications called the Deuteronomist and the priestly class. The Deuteronomist was concerned with history. It was probably written, obviously, after the Babylonian exile. And then the priestly was the last one to get written. And it was probably written not that far after the Deuteronomist history. And it's really concerned with ritual and purity and sacrifices and upholding the laws of the priesthood. And so those are the four main sources that make up the Hebrew Bible. There's another, like tangential to the documentary hypothesis. You could also do something like a fragmentary hypothesis or a supplementarian hypothesis. The fragmentary hypothesis is that these texts were all very fragmented. One story here, one story there, another story here. And then they were smushed together and then into larger works and then subsequently edited. That's actually my particular view, which is how you get so many, like chapters 1 through 11 in Genesis. Every single story in chapters 1 to 11 is a polemic against some other Babylonian text. Even the Tower of Babel is referring to a Sumerian Babylonian tradition that they built a giant mound trying to reach the heavens, and God confused their languages so that they would quit building the mound. So everything in there is, I won't say it's copied from Babylon. Like they didn't go into the Enuma Elish and just copy it. But what they did is they took these stories that they learned while they were in captivity, and they said, here's what everyone thinks, but here's what really happened. And then they put their God at the top of it. Same thing with the Psalms that were originally dedicated to Baal that we found in the Canaanite literature at Ugarit. A lot of these read very similar to the biblical Psalms. It's like they just took the name of Baal out of it and put Yahweh into it. It's really strange.
Yeah, okay. That kind of makes sense. And I have one final question for you.
Mm-hmm.
It's it's just that, like, I'm not a mythicist or anything. I do believe there was some type of a Jesus, but how sure can we be of like some of the other people, like Peter or Thomas or Andrew? Like, is it possible that these people were just kind of made up on the fly by one of the gospel writers, or did maybe Paul embellish himself a little bit and saying he met up with this person, but he didn't actually do it just to try to gain some type of clout, maybe? What do you think about that?
It's certainly a possibility. So the names of the disciples have been kind of hotly contested.
Mhm.
And there's a couple reasons for it. But one of the reasons I would suggest, because we have an account of Jesus's death by the Jews from Sanhedrin 43a. So if you go to Sanhedrin 43a, it talks about some of the disciples that were even killed alongside of Jesus. Let me grab it. All right. I'll put it on the screen. So it says, on Passover Eve, they hung the corpse of Jesus the Nazarene after they killed him by way of stoning, and a crier went out before him for 40 days, publicly proclaiming Jesus the Nazarene is going to be stoned because he practiced sorcery, incited the people to idol worship, and led the Jewish people astray. Anyone who knows of a reason to acquit him should come forward and teach it on his behalf. And the court did not find a reason to acquit him, and so they stoned him and hung his corpse on Passover Eve. And then it goes on to talks about his disciples. It says, was Jesus Nazarene worthy of conducting a search for a reason to acquit him? So still talking about whether or not he was actually guilty. But there we go. So next it says, the sages also taught Jesus Nazarene had 5 disciples, Mattai, Nakai, Netzer, Buni, and Toda. They brought Mattai in to stand trial. Mattai said to the judge, shall Mattai be executed? But isn't it written, when Mattai, shall I come, appear before God, in Psalm 42:3? Mattai claimed that this verse alludes to the fact that he is righteous, so on and so forth. So they're using like typological bullshit prophecies to give somebody's acquittal or guilt. But the disciples don't match the disciples in the Bible. And we don't learn that disciples, like 5 of them die. We learn that James dies. The son of Zebedee, not the brother of Jesus, dies in the Bible. So it's like the Bible story doesn't match the story told by the Jews. And the Jews did a pretty decent job of record keeping, at least the Sanhedrin did. And I realize that there are some people right now that are yelling at the screen, yes, the Talmud wasn't finished until 500 CE. I know that. Just like the Hebrew Bible, the Talmud was written in pieces and then later collated and assembled. The assembly wasn't finished until the 5th century. There is very good reason to believe that quite a bit of the Mishnah and early portions of the Talmud were penned down even prior to the 2nd century, so 1st century writings. There are quotations in here from rabbis who didn't even exist until the 2nd century, like Gamliel. So nevertheless, the records that we have disagree with the Bible, so we don't really know. Those disciples could be made up. They could be fake. They could have just picked 12 disciples because they represent the 12 tribes of Israel. Could have been some numerical significance. I'm not really sure that the disciples really existed. And the story of their deaths, most of them, come hundreds of years after they would have lived.
Yeah, yeah. All right. Thank you so much, Justin. You're the best. Thank you.
Hey, thanks, Jimmy. I appreciate that. That's some good questions, though. Cynthia, thank you so much for the $10 super chat, my friend. Says, I was in the queue, but past my bedtime. Well, that happens. Oh, you must have been the Cynthia in the queue. I apologize. We've had a full queue all night. Even now, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We've still got 8 people in the queue right now. At one point, we had like 15. But anyways, it says, my question is, could you create a timeline that shows the Bible timeline and the timeline of the rest of ancient history? Thanks and cheers. They do exist. I have developed some of my own timelines that I use when I do Bible studies. Here's what I recommend. If you want to pair up the biblical timings with other timings of history, I would get Bishop Ussher's Annals, which I got a copy, and it's amazing. Hold on. A lot of people confuse this text as like Annals of the Jews, like Antiquities of the Jews from Josephus. It's not that. This is supposed to be the annals of all of recorded history, according to Bishop Ussher, like, the 1700s. Nevertheless, if you go into it, what you'll find is volume 1. It starts out with creation, 4004 BC. And then what you'll find as you move on is that there are other quotations in here that are not biblical in nature. So let me grab, let's see, the second age of the world. We should start seeing entries. Yes. Nope, that's still on the lineage. Maybe we need the next section. Third age of the world, still Abraham, Sarah. Let's see, where do they start mixing in? Must be after the patriarchal period, because he wasn't aware of all the ancient Near Eastern findings yet that we found at the turn of the century by George Smith, or the uncovering of Ugarit, or uncovering of a number of Egyptian texts. But here's a couple entries. Murframethus died, and Thamosis reigned in Egypt for 9 years. That's a recording from Josephus, and this would be the year 3009. And soon we're going to get more entries in here from other cultures. So here's one that says, centuries, the first, the son of Rethosis, reigned in Egypt for 12 years. So he's going back to Egyptian records. And then even Ethiopian says, when the Ethiopians came from as far as the Indus River, they settled on the borders of Egypt. And then as you keep going, the more written texts that show up in history will end up being in here, right? So let me see. Obviously, they're mixing in the biblical texts, but they're going to mix in Babylonian text, eventually Persian text. So here in 515 BC, it says, towards the end of the 6th year of Darius, on the 3rd day, 12th month, called Ador, the temple was completed, so on and so forth. So this is a good book if you want to construct a timeline of how the biblical story matches up to other historical events. This will kind of get you there. I'm not going to say it's perfect. There's obviously some flaws. Bishop Ussher lived at a time period where they had far less information and texts from the ancient Near East. We have way more now. So this is going to be dated, but still good. What I would probably recommend is finding a timeline of the Bible. They do make them. A lot of times they'll have like fold out accordion timelines of the entire Hebrew Bible. And then what you can do is start going into literature for the various countries, Egypt, Persia, Babylon, the Neo-Babylonian Empire, the Assyrians, the Neo-Assyrian Empire, the Sumerians. Read those texts and then start adding them to the timeline or some of the major events at least. So, the Babylonian Empire fell in 539 BCE, the Neo-Babylonian Empire. The Neo-Assyrian Empire defeated Israel in what about 740 something? Let me get that one. 722. So in 722, the Assyrians defeated Samaria. Anyways, we have lots of dates, even just from the Bible, that you can use to build out the timeline. That's what I would do. I wonder if there is an internet accessible timeline that we can get here. Let's see. All right. Okay. I've got my own that I developed for the patriarchs, for the judges, and for the kings. I made mine on a combination of Apple Pages and Google Sheets. So maybe one day I'll assemble it into a larger full timeline and publish it on the cheat sheet. I could do that. I can do a full timeline and publish it out on the cheat sheet and then start adding in other ancient Near Eastern stuff to it. I think it'd be helpful. I can make that happen. Let's see. I'll just write a note. Old Testament. Ooh. Timeline. For cheat sheet. I can work on that. That wouldn't be too bad, actually. Okay. Nevertheless, it's a great question. Start with the annals and then check back with me. Maybe in a couple months, I'll have it on the cheat sheet fully filled out. Roger, thank you for the super chat. Says, hello, my friend. I'm sorry to ask you a question not related to the theme. No worries. I don't know if we have a theme tonight. Have anyone ever told you that you look like Messi? He's the best soccer player in the world. Actually, when I first started streaming, people on TikTok all the time would just come into my stream and call me Messi. It was an everyday occurrence. It happened especially because I was a little bit thinner back then. My face is kind of round and filling out now. But back when I first started, yeah, I got called Messi a lot. So don't worry. And Blue Planet Greenheart, thank you for the super chat, my friend. Says, I was accepted to Southwestern Baptist Theological Seminary in Texas after graduating high school, but deconstructed shortly before attending. Do you have an opinion on this seminary at all? Okay. That specific seminary, I don't know if I could tell you much about it. What I can tell you is that most of the Baptist seminaries are not bad. So let's see. Let me see who's still teaching here at Southwestern. They used to have, most of the Baptist seminaries used to have some pretty decent faculty members. Obviously, they're going to be believers. Baptist seminaries don't fuck around with non-believing professors. A lot of seminaries, they might not care. As long as the academics are good, they might not get too inquisitive about what their professors actually believe. That being said, the Baptist seminaries don't do that kind of shit. Let me see who is on staff right now. Give me a second. See, I see administration, but where is faculty? Admissions, campus life, international. Might be under administration. Let's see. We could also just Google it. We say Southwestern Baptist Theological Seminary faculty. See what we get. They have a Meet Our Faculty page. It's weird that it's not linked directly on the website. You have to like Google for it. What a weird, you have to go Googling for the thing. The administration's right here. They popped right up. Not a problem finding the administration. I have no idea why you have to Google the faculty. All right, let's see what we got. Assistant Professor of Women's Ministry, don't care. Instructor of Biblical Studies, Brian Barry. And he's from the Texas Baptist College School of Theology, not impressed. David Bingham is a research professor of historical theology. That's a nonsense field. Let's see. Craig Blazing, a senior professor of theology. Carl Bradford is the dean of the Baptist College, professor of evangelism. They have a lot of bullshit classes, apparently. Assistant professor of church music. A lot of these professors are just for like how to do pastoral ministry. Philosophy of religion professor, Hispanic programs, professor of church history. Actually, that might actually be a worthwhile faculty member. Typically, people who did church history are pretty good. He did a BA at Northwestern, and then his MDiv and his PhD from Trinity Evangelical, which is a fine school. Nothing wrong with Trinity Evangelical. So Robert Caldwell II, probably an okay professor to have on staff. Micah Carter is the affiliate professor of systematic theology. Systematic theology is bullshit. Let's see. How many evangelism professors do you need? Jeez, oh, Pete's. Is there anyone here that teaches like history, like Old Testament history, New Testament history, fucking Hebrew, anything? I mean, obviously they teach Greek and Hebrew, but where are they? There we go. Adam Dodd, assistant professor of Old Testament and biblical backgrounds. Where'd he come from? And then Stephen Gilbert. Okay, now we've gotten to good stuff. Assistant professor of architectural studies, associate director of the Tandy Institute of Archaeology. So we've got some professors on here doing real stuff. Let's see. J. Scott Duvall is on staff. Actually, he's all right. See who else is on staff here. Got so many evangelism professors. Why are we doing this? Why do you need so many evangelism professors? This is ridiculous. Okay. Adam Dodd, who is the assistant professor of Old Testament and biblical backgrounds, has a BS from Central Arkansas, an MDiv from Southern Baptist, a master's from Southern Baptist, and a PhD from Southern Baptist. This is not good. This is what we call institutional incest. One of the core requirements of having diversity in your education facility is that you don't just hire your own graduates to teach there. You're not supposed to do that. Let's see. Stephen Gilbert, same thing. Master of Arts, Archaeology and Biblical Studies, Southwestern Baptist. PhD, Southwestern Baptist. If I went to a seminary and a bunch of these people got PhDs from that location, I'd leave. Even Scott Duvall, Master of Divinity, Southwestern, Director of Philosophy of the New Testament and Theology, Southwestern. Scott Duvall actually has published. I've seen him publish, so I know he's publishing shit. But nevertheless, like a lot of these professors are incestuous. This is not a good system. This is a horrible setup already, and I'm literally just scratching the surface. Let's see. Does anyone here teach Greek and Hebrew? How do we have a seminary? What's happening? Instructor of New Testament, a senior missions, humanities, missions. How many missions professors do you need? There we go. Now we got a professor of Old Testament. Let's see what his credentials are. A professor of leadership. What the fuck is happening here? Professor of missions again. Emeritus professor of missions. I've never in a million years seen so many professors of missions at one university ever. This is unbelievable. It's crazy. dean of the School of Evangelism and Missions. Holy shit. Everybody on staff is a professor of missions. This is crazy. I've never seen this before. I've seen some bullshit professors in seminaries, but not to this level. Jeez, oh Pete. All right, let's see Josh Williams here. He's actually a professor of Old Testament. I didn't see a single professor dedicated to biblical languages. Not one. All right, the Old Testament professor, Christian Rada, looks like he has maybe real credentials. He has a master's in Old Testament studies from Gordon Conwell. Good place, fantastic seminary. Has a master's in the Hebrew language and literature from the University of Toronto. Fucking amazing school. Huge W. Do a master's at Toronto. Big W. He did a PhD in the Hebrew language and literature at the University of Toronto as well. So what that means is Christian Rada, so far, is the only person I've seen on staff that went to credible schools and is teaching real shit. Mark Taylor, the Associate Dean of the School of Theology, has a PhD, you guessed it, from Southern Baptist Theological. Joshua Williams has a PhD and an MDiv from, you've guessed it, Southeastern Baptist Theological Seminary. Holy shit, their entire staff is incestuous. This is crazy. I've never seen this many incest professors at a seminary in my entire life. So back to Blueprint, what you're asking, do you have an opinion on this seminary at all? I do now. It's a bullshit seminary that just hires their own graduates as professors. Don't fucking go there. Avoid it like the plague. That's what I would say. Damn. Now I'm glad I looked into them. Pat says, all prophet Justin, here is my tithe for the great almighty Doug. Well, thank you. The God of gods, King of kings, the Rock of rocks, I would add. May Doug have mercy on us all. Well, thank you. I really appreciate that, Pat. Big W. And last super chat, then we'll get to Marcia from Max. Says, how is the one called Christ not damnious? What? So I think what you're asking is in Josephus, book 20, when it talks about the death of James. Are you saying that the one called Christ is or isn't damnious? That's what you're asking. There is some debate as to whether the Jesus of damnious is Jesus the Christ in Josephus. Hold on. All right. Yeah, Antiquities, book 20. Priesthood of Jesus, the son of Damnius, was appointed, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, Jesus ben Damnius, appointment. Yeah, yeah, just give me the reference. There we go. All right. Oh, that's not it. I was hoping when I typed it in, it would just pull open Josephus. It's a readily available text. It says, and now Jesus, the son of Gamaliel, became the successor of Jesus, the son of Damnius, the high priest. So that's the high priest, son of Damnius, or related to the high priest, which the king taken from the other, on which the account of sedition arose between the high priests with regard to one another, and they forgot the bodies, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Without reading the whole chapter again, let me answer your question. How is the one called Christ not damnious? So the reason why is because it looks, in my opinion, that there are two Jesuses. Now, I am aware that there are some in our community, mythicists typically in our community, that need Jesus, the one called Christ, to be Jesus, the son of Damnius, because otherwise Jesus would be a real person. So I get that, and I understand it. I promise I do. I understand why this happens. Nevertheless, I'm not sure I'm not sure we have to read it that way. But let me grab the passage too. 1 second. It's going to be 2:13. 2:12. Now Jesus, the son of Gamaliel, became successor of Jesus, the son of Damnius, in the high priesthood. So Jesus, son of Damnius, was the high priest, which the king had taken from the other, on which account a rebellion arose between the high priests. So, and then it talks about the high priest battle. Prior to that, in the same chapter, though, says Festus was now dead, and Albinus was upon the road. So he assembled the Sanhedrin of judges and brought before them the brother of Jesus, that's James, who is called Christ. The brother of Jesus, James, who is called Christ. This seems like a reference to Jesus and his brother James. Anyways, it says, who is called the Christ, whose name was James, and some others, or some of his companions. And when he had formed an accusation against them as breakers of the law, he delivered them to be stoned. So that means there's James, and there's a guy named Jesus, who was called the Christ, who was handed over to the authorities. But as for those who seemed the most equitable of citizens, and such as were the most uneasy at the breach of the laws, they disliked what was done. They also sent to the king, King Agrippa, desiring him to send to Ananus that he should act no more, for that what he had already done was not justified. Some of them even went to meet Albinus as he was upon the journey from Alexandria, informed him that it was not lawful for Ananus to assemble the Sanhedrin without his consent, whereupon Albinus complied with what they had said and wrote in anger to Ananus and threatened that he would bring him to punishment for what he had done, on which King Agrippa took the high priesthood from him, and he had ruled there about 3 months and made Jesus the son of Damnius high priest. So the other Jesus was already dead. He got killed. And then there's Jesus, son of Damnius. So I don't read this as being the same Jesus. You can have two Jesuses, or even two Jameses in the same chapter, and it doesn't mean that they're the same person. Hope that helps. All right, I think Marcia was next. Welcome in, Marcia. How you doing? Marcia? 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 Oh no. They were in queue too long, I suspect. All right, well, we can move on. It'd be okay. Next after that, I think, is John. Let's get John Nesbitt in here. Welcome in, John.
Hello, Justin.
How you doing?
Can you hear me okay?
Oh, sure, yeah.
I have a question about the cheat sheet that I've been thinking about for a long time. And I was wondering if you've ever thought of putting out a version of it similar to Cliff Notes or Monarch Notes that used to be very prevalent back, 50 years ago when I was in high school.
So I don't know what Monarch Notes are, but I do know what Cliff Notes are. And here's what I would say about that. So I'm working on getting my first book out this year. In fact, now that summer hours are here, I actually have, I'm going to be dedicating my Tuesdays and my Thursdays to writing chapters in the book to get that one out. My next book, I should be starting next year. And I won't be the only one working on it. I'm gonna have a group of people working on it, people with credentials, and it is going to be a study Bible, but not for Christians. It's going to be an academic study Bible. To be honest, is going to be very similar to the Skeptic's Annotated Bible, but it's going to be way better, and it's going to have all the notes written by like actual educated people. So a lot of what's in the cheat sheet will end up in that study Bible. And I'll also be including at like the front of it lists of relevant passages by topic that you can look up without reading all the way through it. So I'll include kind of a version of the cheat sheet inside of that study Bible.
That sounds very promising.
Yeah, should be a lot
I
of
was
fun.
just thinking of a version that Cliff Notes were, or you know what those are, but the Monarch Notes were they were the predecessor of Cliff Notes, and you can't really you have to get them secondhand now.
Mm.
But it's something that you could carry around, either in a backpack or you can fold it, carry it in your pocket, and then you can take it out, and everything would be right at your fingertips, but it would be kind of portable. And
I could do that. I could make a portable version of it. So I did develop, it's in my merchandise shop, a large like 30-inch desk mat that's got a lot of the best parts of the cheat sheet on the desk mat. So I could do say like a notebook. So the company that I'm using right now is called Fourth Wall. I typed that wrong. Let me try this again. Fourth Wall. And I think inside of the products that you can actually design, I thought that they had a notebook. If they do, let's see. Then I think I can develop a notebook. So I don't know if I can write pages in it though. If I think I might just be able to do the cover. Give me a second to look. Yeah, they don't have publishing options, but I could publish one myself on Amazon. Wouldn't be hard at all. Just publish it directly through Amazon, and then maybe even work on a Kindle version after that. But writing anything for Kindle is a bit of a nightmare. The formatting takes a lifetime. But I could do a hard print version and then have it in a book format, and then have Amazon fulfill the book orders.
I did see your the placemat that you referred to on your site, and I thought about that, but I wanted to, before I sprung for anything, I wanted to run it by you and ask you. It's just not, being too electronically dependent
Sure.
on things.
Well, I'll
The
tell
other
you
thing I
what.
wanted to tell you, I've
I'll
been
work
waiting
on
for almost.
I'll work on putting it in a book format sooner than later then, and I'll get it published on Amazon for you.
That sounds great. I wanted to tell you also that back in the beginning of July last year, unexpected, totally by accident, I stumbled on these DZ debates, and since day one, I have not missed a day.
Oh
right
shit.
up until now. Yeah.
That's huge.
Yeah. We're friends on Facebook.
Oh damn. Okay.
I'm also a longtime member of your channel.
Thanks a ton. I really appreciate that.
And I often, enviously watch and listen to wanted to be like on the side there with, the Bible guy, Ems. I love it when Ems just comes in unannounced and you hear his voice and it's like, yes.
He's a superhero.
He is. He's awesome. And I think I'd love to see what he looks like, because we try to imagine.
Well,
I got a long medical background myself.
Unfortunately, we can't.
No, I know.
Yeah, I know his. I know his situation, but yeah, it'd be dangerous for anyone to see his face. Yeah.
I understand. It's great. It's just that he's such a familiar, friendly presence that is so welcomed when he shows up, and I love it. I saw him and heard him on Ian's thing. I watched a little bit, but my favorite part of your podcasts when you cook these people with intense heat, and I can't get enough of that.
I mean,
it's just that
they deserve it usually, don't they? I mean, I don't go hard on somebody unless they have it coming.
Yeah, exactly. And so many, I think you go too light on people who have so much more coming. I mean, these people come in, and I would just love to stop them in their tracks and says, "Hey, wait a minute. You're talking over the host. You don't let them finish a sentence, and you don't answer questions. Why? Tell us why you called."
Right.
And you push that, they're going to come out with some stuff that, use it. I'm reminded of that show, The Mentalist, and
I don't
how
think
he
I've
could
seen
get
that.
people. Oh, it's on the internet.
Okay.
It's Simon Baker, a brilliant Australian actor. You know, he's a lot younger than I am. You know, I'm 69, but it's just great the way he uses classic stage magician and mentalism techniques to get people to open up without them realizing they're doing so. I've been a
Right.
magician for like 30 plus years. I have a Catholic school background the way you did. And, 12 years. My family's still Catholic. And I've been deconstructed for well over 20 years. And I started out with Matt Dillahunty as well. And
Yeah.
I've been friends with him for a long time. And Jim Barrows and some of the other regulars from that show. But
Matt's helped a lot of people.
he has helped a lot of people, and I think you have too.
I'm
But
trying.
I can't go through a day if you're not on live. I look for clips of past shows so that I can absorb all your education on Bible, Hebrew, and everything else extracurricular that you've done. It's just I have not met anybody that comes close. It's like Jimmy Snow. He said the other day that the only person that I watch atheist shows is Justin. And
Those are high praises.
yeah, they are. I do listen to Dalton.
Oh, he's phenomenal. So
He is, and I love it when he cooks people. He can really get right to the bone.
Dalton is like, for his level of education, he has surpassed everybody I've known with that level of education. He's the type of person that learns things automatically on his own, and it's phenomenal. If he ever got the opportunity to go to college to study this stuff, he'd be unstoppable.
I agree. I mean, he's a phenomenal young guy.
Yeah.
You know, and he could probably be my grandson, for heaven's sakes. He's so young.
He's a kid.
And
he's like high 20s, maybe 28, 29, maybe.
Sure. I mean, my youngest is 47, you know, and my grandkids are 19 and 17, and they're like in college already. So I'm amazed at the astuteness and the mental clarity that young people have today.
Right.
But I really just wanted to, pass everything I'm saying on. I've been thinking about it for almost a year now, and I almost feel like my tongue's getting tied trying to spit it out, because I just can't say it. I can't say enough good things about you, the people on your show. When I can catch Sarah, leaving faith live, I'll send her a text saying, "Hi, Sarah, I'm a friend of Justin's," and she always mentions me, and
she's kind.
Just her PhD, I'm
physiology.
really amazed, at her knowledge, and all the other friends of yours too that come on. I really enjoy. I love the way you hold people to task.
You kind of have to, or else they'll never learn any better, right?
That's exactly right. And I would do the same thing. I would just come on, I would sit and listen. And then if I see you getting tired of something, I would step in and say, "Hey, this guy's asking you a question. Why are you talking over him?"
Right. Yeah, we see that a lot.
Yeah. Well, that comes from my years in the Navy.
Oh, yeah. Well, in the Navy, you have to listen to the authority, right?
Yeah, they say pay attention to detail. And
yeah.
I was in the medical field, and I served with the Marines out in the field and with the Navy SEALs too.
Damn.
They said they saw me in training coming up through the ranks, and they say, you're with us. And because I had the medical background and also the physical conditioning. And I never drank or smoked in my entire life. So I feel lucky to be here, like
Yeah.
almost 70.
We're glad to
Almost
have
70.
you.
Well, hey, I'm really honored to be talking to you, because I often wonder what could I possibly say that would, impress them and keep, because, I listen to so many people that you talk to, and, it's every day. I mean, every single day. I can't, if you had, 12-hour podcasts every single day, I'd be tuned in.
That's impressive. It's hard for me to fathom that there are people that dedicated to my work, but it's super appreciated.
I see and hear every day in and around, and I don't confront people, and I don't, go up to people and invade their space, but I hear a lot of very illogical, uneducated, pre-programmed rhetoric that comes out of their mouth about their religious upbringing. There was 13 Catholic churches here in my town. I live in Pittsfield, Mass. And, I'm on your Facebook page, so you can just go to my page and you can see all my artwork. And also my protest on Saturdays with the indivisible crowd. I wear a white headband with a blood stain on it, like the spirit of 76, and I have a big, huge, beautiful constitutional flag says "We the People, 1776," and I'm always, when the Trumpers drive by and get hostile and ugly, I tell them, I says, "Get out of your car, come and get me." They don't.
No, they're not going to.
They never come close to it. They're just, they
paper tigers.
So that's who I am. And other than that, I'm just pretty quiet, and I just listen a lot.
Well, that's how we learn.
That's how I've learned a lot. I've learned a lot about listening to you, by listening to you, and what to say and what not to say. And the way that, in the course of a year, how you have come to handle these yapologists. That's one of my favorite terms. Yeah. And they, some of them are, I can't help but think that many of them are mentally ill.
Well, yeah.
Like, they have Asperger's or bipolar disorder, or ADD or ADHD.
Yeah.
I worked in that field before too. And so many of them sound just like that. So kudos on that. And hey, so long as I'm breathing, I'm gonna be part of your listening audience, and hopefully maybe someday I can you'll let me sit on the sidelines on your thing.
Well, we'll definitely look forward to a future time where we can do that. And what's your medical background?
Physical therapy,
Okay.
emergency medicine, labor and delivery. These are all things I did when I was in the Navy.
Okay.
And mostly these last 20 years, exercise physiology, and how to train for strength, not size. Because the stronger you get with just the simple exercise, the healthier you are. I'm a type 1 diabetic.
Oh shit.
That's an insulin pump. It's on me 24/7.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a struggle. And I've been 2 years. They say I'm cancer free. They did a surgery on me a couple of years ago, and it didn't keep me down for like a day.
Yeah, I say congrats on surviving. Holy shit, that's a difficult road to be on. And obviously, John, thank you so much for your service. Like the dedication that a person would have to the country at large and the community to join the service it's pretty monumental.
It's just an ongoing thing.
Mm-hmm.
I was 26 when I went into the Navy, and I felt like I went in too late once I got in there. But as soon as I walked in the door, the Navy SEALs grabbed me, and then I got put in charge. I was the commander of the basic training unit because I was the oldest guy there, and I was, obviously the strongest. But it was all about helping, letting these guys know that I'm there to get them through it, and we did really well. And it went by so fast, But
Yes, it
due to
does.
family reasons, I got out after, well, I was in for quite a while.
Yeah.
But, I wish there's always something I wish that I could do more. And that's why I feel like I'm coming here saying the things I am about, contributing what I have. I'm not really wealthy, or else I would be sending, super chats,
Certainly okay. Yeah.
But you're an inspiration, and I'm very proud of the young man that you've become.
But I really appreciate that, John.
All right. Well, look, I'm going to let you get back to the other people have been waiting in queue, and it was really worth the time I was in waiting, just to get a chance to say these things. I've been waiting for over a year to say these to you.
Wow. That's very kind of you. I appreciate that, John. Try to take care of yourself.
You too. Thank you, Justin.
Cheers, buddy.
Cheers.
Oh, what a nice guy. Man, surviving cancer is a wild ride. I'm hoping I could do everything I can to avoid going down with cancer. If I go with a heart attack, I could live with that. Don't want to do cancer. Not interested in cancer. If I get cancer, like terminal cancer, I'm gonna be on like one of those death roller coasters. You die at the end. I'm not gonna fucking wither away. That's crazy. All right. I think next in line, as far as I can tell, because we had a bunch of people come in. I saw Hermeneutics was been here. 15 Blows has been here. I think Marcia came back, and Marcia couldn't connect last time. So let's try Marcia, and then we'll try Hermeneutics, and then I'm gonna try to because we're going till 10 o'clock tonight, so we're trying to get as many people we have. But Marcia, welcome in. Can you hear me? Do you have audio plugged in? It looks like
Heavy. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I had to change your microphone because you didn't have a microphone selected.
Can you hear that?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I don't have a microphone.
You do now.
You can hear me now.
Yeah.
Okay, so I sent you a letter with like 40 questions, and I thought I might do a few, but it's getting late, so I just wanted to make a couple of little suggestions. I really wanted to talk about that dude woke. I just want to say,
stay woke?
Justin, your stuff is quality, right? You don't have to put up with ongoing people giving you a hard time. They want to be on your show. Cut them. They'll come back. But there's one piece about what Stay Woke. There were a couple of things he said. When he said, you're talking to a black man about slavery, and obviously this is play-by-play behind the story. That like when you're live, you can't think of everything. But in the future, if anybody tries to challenge you by saying that they're black, they say, yeah, and I'm wondering why you're supporting a book that endorses slavery. Like, and then he said something to, I don't remember what that lady was, but he said, when she said she was a scientist, he said, I doubt that. There's two things. I doubt God, or why do you doubt that? Is it because she's a woman? There was like little things he should have been pressed on, but you took it a different direction. There was one piece where he kind of,
in most conversations, there's multiple paths you can take, and sometimes you want to take two paths, but it's not always possible. You kind of have to pick one.
Yeah, it's tough. in terms of, I know that you don't want to have atheists calling all the time, but I'm thinking there's got to be some kind of way where where, like, if they do call, like, maybe limit them, maybe a minute, or maybe like you have a prompt for Christians. Maybe there's a prompt that's on the other side for atheists, because I feel like stuff we say might get more Christians to call in. And maybe one of the prompts could be, what should a prompt be? There's someone. When you have certain Christians. Oh, doggone it! I'll usually go to work. Sorry, my alarm is going off. When you have people challenge you certain things, I would say, well, why don't you watch that Bible study I'm doing with Sarah, or why don't you watch Mr. Deity? You know, those kind of referrals. And also, I don't know whether you just should have to bother explaining evolution all the time. Find an easy video and say, go watch that video. It's like, it's just little things. Oh, and there was one thing on the letter about using an audio Bible to read the Bible for you. What did you think of that idea?
So I have various ways to do audio readings of the Bible. I typically shy away from that, one, because they mispronounce the names, and two,
Yeah.
because it reads slow.
Mm.
If you've noticed, when I read the Bible, I read it fast so we can
Yeah,
get.
you do a lot of stuff a little fast. I think sometimes the people listening to you, interlocutors, whatever, they don't hear what you said.
Well, that's probably true as well. Yeah.
Well, there's probably too much more. Let me let other people go, because you're going to bed soon. Now I know what audio to use.
Yeah, and if you come in next time, I'll know to to get your microphone.
I tried to go to TikTok because the last time I used my phone, it was making a noise, and I didn't see your show live on TikTok.
No,
Maybe I just don't know how.
Usually with the Q&As, I don't
Oh,
I don't do it to
man, I was
TikTok.
2 hours early on TikTok waiting, and then couldn't find it. And then by the
I'm
time I got here,
sorry.
then I was last on the list. Anyhow,
Yeah.
bye-bye.
Cheers.
Love you.
Thank you so much, Marcy. I appreciate that.
All right, take care.
Well, she's nice, but yeah, also Marcy, I love you back. But the TikTok typically is not too interested in Q&As. I've done Q&As where I had it going to YouTube and then also going to TikTok. No one really cares. No one's watching it. So I just stopped doing it. I'm not sure there's a benefit to sending it over to TikTok. So that's why I don't do that. But I mean, in the future, if there's a lot of interest, theoretically I could. I just don't think there's any interest. There's way more exciting stuff happening on TikTok than Q&As. Like even right now, look, Joel's live, John Cohen's live, a bunch of people are live. It can be way more interesting than a Q&A session. But I got one question from the super chats, and I'm gonna get hermeneutics in here. Gentleman Viking, great to see you. It says, I'm developing religions for my D&D setting, drawing some inspiration from ancient Near East texts. Do you have any tips to make them feel authentic? Yeah. So one thing you probably want to do is learn the structure of which gods go under who, like who parented who, like who is in charge of what. That helps a lot. Outside of the roles, one of the things you also want to start making a list of is what symbols are associated with what god. So like Inanna had like a measuring line. Sometimes she has wings. Where also the seven divine attributes were given her. You might find in Ugaritic, a Baal is associated with the storms and the lightning. So that's helpful to do some imagery like that. And then after that, maybe for each one of the gods, here, I'll give you a reference. Hold on. Okay. For every god that you need to look up, you, friend, need this book, the Dictionary of Deities and Demons in the Bible, but it also includes a lot of ancient Near Eastern deities. So, like, if I look up Anat, I bet she's going to be in here. I mean, it's possible that she's not. I'm just assuming that she is. Oh, actually, she's not in here. I just assumed. But the Babylonian god Anu is in here. The sky god Anu, Aphrodite's in here. How did Anat not make it? She's like the primary female deity in the biblical Canaanite pantheon. Like, fucking children and cities are named after her. I don't know how that happened. Maybe she has a different name in this dictionary. Anyways, most of the deities from the ancient Near East and that are relevant to the Bible are going to be in here. I bet they even have Dagon. Let me see if Dagon's in here. Dionysus is in here. The devil's in here. Let's see. The destroyer, demon, day. All right, we should be getting. Oh, Daphne's in here. Oh, Dagon. Yeah, there's an entry for Dagon and for Daniel. Dagon is a Mesopotamian deity that was also worshipped in the Levantine region, quite often associated with like a fish, if I recall. I think the Egyptian Dagon deity was associated with fish, but the Levantine Dagon deity was associated with corn harvest. I have to remember; it's been a while. But there is two of them. Let me see what it says. Oh, long entry. Anyways, I'll have to read up on Dagon again when I have free time. Nevertheless, this is a book that you're going to want. If you want to assemble characters made from the ancient Near East, I would read this one. And then maybe also get Devils and Spirits of Ancient Babylonia, 2-volume set. Let me get it. Looks like you. Oh, interesting. It looks like you could buy it on a reprint on Amazon nowadays. But it's free by the way. It's free on archive.org because it's super old. It's called Devils and Evil Spirits of Babylonia. It's a 2-volume book, and you'll learn all kinds of shit about the religion of the ancient Near East. Highly recommend it. All right, let's get Hermeneutics in here. Welcome in, Hermeneutics. Good to see you.
Hey man, good to see you too. I'm a huge fan. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, I recognize your name.
Yeah, no, I stole it from somebody. I've never called in before, but I heard
it's a great name though.
And I was like, man, that's cool. Yeah. So I had a question about the section of the Bible where Jesus is talking about, those who follow the laws and teach others to do the same will be called great in the kingdom of heaven, and those who don't follow the law and teach others not to follow the law. That passage. When I first heard that, so is it your contention that the people who don't follow the law and teach others to not follow the law, they're in heaven, they're just in some section of heaven where it's like they're least in that part?
Yeah, that seems to be the implication, is that if you're a Christian, you got your salvation. Jesus paid for your sins, right? So your ability to follow the law isn't as relevant because you're covered by the blood, even if you don't follow the law. Nevertheless, if you don't follow the law, like you purposely don't follow the law, you choose not to because you don't want to, or because you're saved and you get forgiven. Jesus is like, you're going to be on the bottom of that totem pole. Like you might find yourself in heaven because you did confess, but you're not going to rise to the ranks. That's for sure.
See, when this is like, I first read this like back when I was Mormon, and it didn't make sense to me. And the way I kind of reconciled it in my head is like, what if that passage is saying, like, not that you're going to be in heaven, but the people who are in heaven are going to look down on you and they're say, oh, dude, this guy's least. He's not following the law. He's teaching people not to follow the law. He's not getting into heaven. When he dies, he's going down, right? And then the people who do follow the law and teach others to follow the law, the people who are currently in heaven and the gods and everybody else look down and say, oh, this guy's fucking great. This guy teaches everybody to follow the law. He's coming here. He's going to hang out with us, right? So instead of us being like the people who don't follow the law being in heaven, what that passage is saying is like the people and the angels and everybody else who's currently in heaven is looking down at the people who don't follow the law. Teach others to not follow the law. It's like, dude, that fucker he is least. He is not coming here when he's dead. See what I'm saying? Does that make sense? What do you think about that?
Yeah, I'm not sure I would read it like that. The way it reads, like in Greek and in Hebrew, seems to suggest that the individual who's being called least is in the kingdom of heaven, right? It says that they'll be called least in the kingdom of heaven, but I'm not sure that anyone in heaven would know about them down if they're down in hell. Like, who's going to know? Who's going to be calling them least? And why would people in heaven concern themselves? In fact, even in the New Testament, it says that the memory of old things will pass away. Like, you're not even going to be thinking about those things anymore. So I'm not sure that's how I would read the passage. There is one competing passage though that is problematic for Matthew 5. It's just like a straight up contradiction. It should be in Luke. Give me a second to grab it for you. When he's talking to the rich young ruler, he says, what must I do to inherit eternal life? And Jesus is like, follow the commandments. But it's not clear that he's referring to like everybody with this passage, or just if this guy is Jewish, like, hey, you're Jewish, follow the commandments, right? So Luke 18 is where we're going to find it. And it says, no one, blah, 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 blah. Jesus said to him, why do you call me good? No one is good but God alone. You know the commandments. You shall not commit adultery. You shall not murder. You shall not steal. You shall not bear false witness. Honor your father and mother. He replied, I have kept all these. Oh, I need more of the passage. Try to get more of it in here. I've kept all these since my youth. When Jesus heard this, he said to them, there is still one thing lacking. Sell all that you own and distribute the money to the poor, and you will have treasure in heaven, and come and follow me. So Jesus does seem to equate inherit eternal life with following the commandments, in Luke at least.
Right. And even if you don't follow them, because I'm still trying to make that make sense. It's hard just because I've had this idea in my head for, like freaking 15 years now. But basically, yeah, again, going back to, this person being called least in the kingdom of heaven. And I heard your explanation, but it's still not kind of sinking in. But so the person being called least in the kingdom of heaven, to me, is still meaning the people like the angels and God and Jesus, if he's up there or whatever. They're in heaven and they're looking down on earth to the people on earth who are not following law and teaching other people on earth to not follow the law. And they're saying, oh, that guy's least. He's not going to get here when he dies, right? And the people who follow the law on earth, Jesus and God and angels in heaven, are looking down and saying, oh, that guy's great. He's going to come up and hang out with us when he dies. You don't think that's what it's saying?
No, not at all. I wouldn't.
Okay.
I wouldn't read it that way. I mean, he will be called great in the kingdom of heaven, meaning the subject of the verb would be in the kingdom of heaven. I don't know if it would be good, at least not in English, good grammar to have like the location of the subject necessarily be described after the verb. I don't know. It's possible, but it just seems kind of. I guess it would be kind of clunky. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I thought
Because
about that too, and I guess it just go ahead.
the next line he says, "Those who practice the law and teach to do the law will be called great in the kingdom of heaven, but they would be in heaven, right? So it
Well, great in the kingdom of heaven, right? Like the people who are saying that are in heaven, looking down on this guy who's on earth, girl who's on earth, and teaching, and they're saying, "Oh, this guy's great," or "This person's great."
but presumably this is after Jesus has already come to judge everybody. This is when everybody's in heaven.
Okay.
Like all the people would be in heaven, right?
Oh, okay. I didn't consider that.
Because there shouldn't be anybody in heaven right now, like up in the skies. All those people
Okay.
are still asleep in the ground. They don't come to life until Jesus returns. That's why it says in Daniel 12 and 1 Thessalonians 4 that when Jesus comes on the clouds with the cry of a trumpet, that all the dead will be raised to meet Jesus in the air. So they're not floating around in heaven right now.
Oh, wait. So nobody's currently in heaven right now, according
No.
to the. Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't know anything about that.
It's a common Christian belief, but that's not in the Bible, actually.
Huh.
Pretty wild, huh?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm gonna have to think about that. Like, I never even considered that. I was always like, taught when I was younger and back when I believed, I was like, yeah, as soon as people die, they either go to heaven and hell, and they're just kind of hanging out, waiting for the end times.
Yeah, there's two verses that people would point to, but I don't think they're reading them correctly. In one gospel where Jesus talks to the thief on the cross and he says, I tell you today you will be in paradise with me. He's not saying today you will be in paradise with me, because Jesus doesn't go to paradise. He descends into Sheol and preaches to the souls in Sheol while he's dead. So obviously they didn't go to paradise that day. What he was saying is, because the guy said, remember me when you come into your kingdom. That's a later event. And then he says, I tell you today, meaning today, I'm telling you right now, that you will be with me in paradise. Obviously, when Jesus comes into his kingdom, but he doesn't fully come into his kingdom yet until his second coming, when he is given all power and authority, like Daniel chapter 7 says. And then another passage they might point to for this is Paul at one point says, he is a clunky phrase in English, but he says, he'd rather not even be alive, because to be dead here would mean to be present with the Lord. Let me get you the verse. Let's see. 2 Corinthians 5:8. He says, we are confident, I say, and willing rather to be absent from the body and to be present with the Lord. So a lot of people are going to read this and say, oh, Paul's saying that if you're absent from the body, that you are with the Lord. But that's not really what he's saying. He's saying, I would rather be absent from my body and be with the Lord. He's not saying that, hey, when I'm dying, when I'm dead and I'm outside of this body, I'm going to be with the Lord. You know what I mean?
Okay, cool, man. Yeah, I'm gonna think about that and read a little bit more and kind of, yeah, just consider what you said. And because again, it's hard to let go of this because I've been thinking about it for, again, like 15 years.
I get it. Yeah, when you've been taught something for a long time, it's kind of hard to wrap your mind around an alternative rendering. So I get
Yeah.
that. Let me see if there's something in the Greek language that might be helpful here.
Yeah, because just going back to, like, it's like, what if somebody who was on earth not following the laws and teaching others to not follow the law, why would he or she end up in heaven? Like that, it's wild to me. But yeah, I mean, like you're saying, like they're in heaven because they believed in Christ and all of that. They're just kind of like, what, in like the shitty part of heaven? Is there a shitty part of heaven? Like, don't get to fly and ride unicorns and that kind of shit.
Yeah. Interesting.
They just walk around and talk shit about you all day. Dude, that motherfucker's least. Don't go talk to him.
Huh. Give me 1 second to look at something. There's nothing really here that's like super like convincing that it should be read other than the context. But like in the Greek language, there's nothing really here that would be helpful in understanding how it would have been read in Greek. But like, so a couple of these words are in the dative, which is interesting because they don't translate it that way in English. So when it says will be called, so what it would really say is something like least he will be called in the kingdom of the heavens, but the kingdom is dative, which would work if you're using like n, the word in, right before it. You can just make it dative. But a lot of times it references location, specifically of the subject. So it seems to me that it's trying to say that the subject, meaning the person who's being called, is going to be in the kingdom of heaven. And it's interesting too because it's actually a verb. It says least, and then he will be called is one word. It's a verb in the kingdom of heaven, which means in the kingdom of heaven should be directly attached as the location of where the verb is being acted upon, but also would it be where the person is. And since the person isn't actually mentioned, it doesn't say they, it doesn't say he, it doesn't say she. What you have is a singular verb, and on that verb, it's conjugated in the third singular. So it's what that means is that you cannot separate the he from the verb. The verb, whatever the verb is doing, that person is doing. So if that verb is followed by in the kingdom of the heavens, I think it stands to reason that person is the one in the kingdom of heaven. Now there's obviously like there's other ways to interpret it, but that's how I would read it if I was going to read it in Greek. But I'm not, I studied mostly Hebrew when I was in school. I only did a little bit of Greek. But nevertheless, I suspect that there's a good grammatical reason why almost every Bible translation has it being read that they'll be in heaven, but inside of heaven they'll be considered the least. I actually want to look at the study note.
People would just be talking shit behind his back all day. Like, look at that. That guy's just the least, man.
Well, there is a structure in heaven. Remember, the disciples are going to be ruling and reigning over the 12 tribes of Israel.
Okay.
So there's going to be structure there. Let me see what the note here says on 17 through 19. Actually, they didn't put a note in the Oxford Study Bible, surprisingly. Usually they would put a note for something like that, but there's nothing here about it. So not all that helpful.
I wonder if they're going to carry a sign that just says least, just so everybody knows. Like, dude, that guy's least.
They have to wear like the sandwich billboards, like the shame.
Least. Yeah. Yeah, and the guy says everybody else is great. And then
right.
After you,
yeah. Don't hang out with this guy over here. He's least.
Right. He's least.
Yeah. At least they're not dating up there. So they don't have to worry about like giving their daughters in marriage to the least. That's not a fear.
Yeah. That's okay. All right. Cool, man. That's all I had. I really appreciate you, man. Everything you do.
Hey, thanks for the question. I appreciate it. Cheers, Fred.
Yeah, man. Have a good night.
All right. I think I've got like 6 minutes left in the live, and I got a couple super chats. I don't know if there's questions in there. Let me take a look. Roy, thank you for the 99-cent super. Thanks. I appreciate that. And Christian Apologetics Oust. Oh, that's quite a name. Thanks for the Aussie dollars. Says Justin, one time I'd love to debate you. I bet I'll destroy you. I hope you like drinking tears after you lose. You do a good job. Love your work. I don't even know how to read this particular message. It sounds like super passive aggressive, but also glazing at the same time. I'm not sure what that means. Anyways, I mean, I'll take your $7.99. I won't complain about it, but I would say this. there's like no way in hell you would come close to ever defeating me in a debate. I would smack you around like a rag doll, and then I would send you back to your mother. Akram says Marcia here. Oh, you're Marcia. Now I can connect a face to the name. Thank you. Also tell guests to check comments on YouTube after show for more responses. That's fair. If I was on someone's show, I would want to check the comments, but I usually don't tell them to do that, but they should do that. BVP 666. Now, look, I want to know what BVP means. Ark of the Covenant or Egyptian barbecue? More borrowing? Also, aren't the cherubs of gold on the ark graven images atop the 10 commandments? Rock Hard for Doug, yes. So the cherubim violate the 10 commandments when it says don't make idols or images of anything in the heavens above or in the waters below or on the earth. The cherub would be something above, and so that would be a problem. Apparently it's okay if God does it, but not if humans do it. It's a weird thing. My understanding of the commandment, though, is it's not necessarily just about making images. It's about making images to worship, right? Like, I don't think God has a problem with artwork. I think he has a problem with creating images of things to worship, like the sun or the fish. All of these things could be deities. But I don't know what Egyptian barbecue means. Chet did write a short article a long time ago showing that the Ark of the Covenant does have an Egyptian precursor. Let me see if I can find that article. Hold on. I think there might even be an image of the Egyptian version. Let me find it. Yes, they did. Let me show you a link. This is a really neat article, actually, that Chet did a long time ago. But here it is for those who want to see a precursor of the Ark of the Covenant from Egypt. So that's about what it would look like, something akin to that. So it's not entirely novel. Obviously, it had some borrowing from Egyptian culture. So that's kind of the thing, though. Like nothing in the Bible is that original. Like almost everything in there is you can find in the rest of the ancient Near East. Twisted Scripture, thank you for the super chat. Friend says, hi, Justin. I got one cheat sheet from you, but with my vision, I couldn't see it. Any way to get the cheat sheet in a larger print? Thanks so much. Well, what I would suggest is you can actually get the cheat sheet in as large of print as you need. You just have to use the zoom button. So, for example, I'm going to open up the cheat sheet real quick, and I'll show you how to do it, friend. Thank you for being a member, too, by the way. So interwebs, pull up real quick. If you hold down the control button and scroll with your mouse, it will zoom in on the text, and you can make it as big or as small as you want. You also have the option of, rather than zooming in and out with your mouse, you could use this tab here and change it to like 200% for the text size. So there are some options available. I do understand that if your eyesight's not good, it would be difficult. I am, because we were talking about it earlier, I'm going to deposit my cheat sheet into a book format. It shouldn't take very long, and then upload it to print on demand for Amazon, so people who want a print version of the cheat sheet can have it. I'm not sure exactly when I'll be able to finish that, but I actually don't think it'd be very long. It's basically taking the information there and dumping it over there. So I'll take care of that. Not a Robot says least equals shall live in the heavenly trailer park. Rock Hard Drug. That's 100% it. Yes. Well, yeah. I wonder though. In the heavenly trailer park, they can't be mobile homes because they can't leave. Maybe just pre-manufactured homes. Anyway, Satan was framed. Thank you for the super chat, friend. Says Habakkuk 3:5. God pulls up with pestilence and plague. Do you think those are deities, Daver and Resheph? I read conflicting things, and I was wondering if you've ever heard of this. That's a new theory, actually. I have a commentary that might actually mention that, though. I think it's important to recognize too that during this time period, I thought there actually was a real pestilence, at least in Joel. In the book of Joel, Joel is actually written about a real, actual plague of locusts that happened in real life. Like it really did happen. It's not a metaphor for anything. I'd have to give me a second to refresh on Habakkuk if it was actually about a real life event, or if in fact it was maybe a metaphor for something else. Give me 1 second. Maccabees. Oh, where'd it go? Come on. Psalms. Yep. Where's the minors? Minor prophets, minor prophets, minor prophets. Ezekiel. Yep. Oh, there we go. I should. Nahum, Habakkuk. Okay. Let's see now. Sure. Right. Okay. So he was writing about the same time as Jeremiah. So he wouldn't be writing about the thing that Joel was talking about. So we're talking about in verse 3:5. A prayer of the prophet Habakkuk according to Shagonath. O Lord, I have heard of your renown. I stand in awe, O Lord, of your work and all of your time. Revive it. In your own time, make it known. In wrath, may you remember mercy. God came from Taman, the Holy One from Mount Paran. Yeah, that's referring to the either the Exodus or the Yahwistic God coming from the land of Midian, if you believe in the Midianite hypothesis, and his glory covered the heavens. In fact, I always forget to circle that actually in my Bible, that God came from Taman. It's such a good line to remember. It shows up elsewhere too. The brightness was like the sun, rays came forth from his hand, where his power lay hidden. Before him went pestilence, and plague followed close behind. He stopped and shook the earth. Eternal mountains were shattered, along with his ancient pathways. Everlasting hills sank low. Kashan under the curtains of the land of Midian tremble. To me, I'm reading this right now as one of two things. Either this is a really interesting mention to the Exodus. It even says, "Was your wrath against the river, O Lord?" Or your anger against the rivers, or your rage against the sea, when you drove your horses, your chariots to victory, so on and so forth. It says, you split the earth with rivers, mountains you saw and writhed, torrent water swept away. So this could be referring to some Exodus imagery from maybe the post-Exodus memory, when they didn't cross a sea, they crossed a fucking river, like in Joshua. I'm not reading this as the pestilence being a deity or the plague being a deity. Not that you couldn't do it. I'm sure that is a possibility. Let me see what underlying word is actually in the text, because that might give us maybe a little bit of help. Let's see. This is an archaic text, to be sure. The word for God here is Eloah, which is like, it's a pretty old form of the name. So it's definitely an old text referring to an ancient memory for sure. Pestilence and plague are pictured here as divine attendants. Oh, interesting. There might be something to this. Pestilence and plague here are pictured as divine attendants, referencing Leviticus 26:25, Deuteronomy 32, Psalm 78:9, blah, 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 blah. So let me grab those passages and see what they say. So it's going to be Leviticus 26:25. That's Leviticus 26 is the blessings and curses chapter. And then Deuteronomy 32 is also the blessings and cursings chapters of Deuteronomy. So this must be coming along with the cursings, 23 through 24. And then also Psalm 78. Well, yeah, sure. Psalm 78 would be included. 78 verses 49 to 50. Let's see what it says. Mm-hmm. Okay. I will bring the sword against you, executing vengeance for the covenant. If you withdraw into your cities, I will send pestilence among you, and you shall be delivered into enemy hands. I will heap disasters upon them, spend my arrows against them, wasting hunger, burning consumption, bitter pestilence. The teeth of beasts I will send against them, the venom of the things crawling in the dust. And then 78:49, he let loose on them his fierce anger, wrath, indignation, and distress, a company of destroying angels. He made a path for his anger. He did not spare them from death, but he gave their lives over to the plague. Interesting. And I would say in 2 Samuel 24, remember, God sends a pestilence, and that pestilence is the angel destroying 70,000 Israelites. It's possible that the pestilence is not related to foreign deities, but to God's actual angels, like the angel of death, the angel of pestilence, different types of angels. He even has a military leader angel, if you read the text. But let me I want to read Habakkuk 3:5 and see what Hebrew word is in there, if it has any association with something helpful here. So for pestilence, huh. Just the root word dever. I mean the primary root would be devar, which means a word or a thing. It's odd that we will find it here. The specific declination, though, of the noun is different. Obviously, it doesn't mean word; it means pestilence. But how did this etymology come to be? It looks like it's not used super often, except for punishments. Says in the lexicon, dever is the ordinary Hebrew term for plague or pestilence, which we knew that much, denoting a divinely directed outbreak of fatal disease that strikes people. Like, we get that because he's sending it, right? But is it associated with any angels or divine entities? Let's see if the Thayer's Greek lexicon says anything. Maybe not. Let me see if the Dictionary of Deities and Demons has it. I might have to look up pestilence rather than dever. They don't have it in here, dever. They do have an entry for destroyer. I wonder if there's anything to... Nope, not destroyer. Okay, so let me do then see if the word pestilence shows up here. This is actually a really interesting question. This is why I like this community. Okay. Now we don't have anything in here for a divine agent for pestilence, so that's going to be a no-go on there. Let me check one more thing. A sneaking suspicion that Robert Alter might have a note on this. He's a Jewish scholar who did a really great translation of the Hebrew Bible, including the minor prophets will be in here with some notes. Oh, the minor prophet's going to be back here. Let's see. Oh, actually, he's got Psalms in this volume too. Let me do... We had Psalm 78 pulled up, wasn't it? 78, 49 through 50. Let me see if he has a note on that. 78. 49 through 50. Now, he didn't make any notes on that, so that's not going to be helpful. But let me grab the prophets. So this is the writings. And this giant Hossie one is on the prophets. Let's grab Habakkuk. There you go. All right, chapter 3, verse 4, verse 5. Oh, he doesn't even have a note on verse 5. Huh. Damn. Nothing. I thought Robert Alter might have something. All right. If Mick Kaminsky doesn't have a note on this, I don't know where else to turn. Kaminsky is one of the premier, well, was one of the premier scholars on the Minor Prophets. In fact, I've got a 3-volume set from Kaminsky on the Minor Prophets. Yeah, it took him 3 volumes to cover the Minor Prophets. Let me see what he says on Habakkuk. He is a conservative scholar, by the way. Kaminsky is. You'll find that in his commentaries, while he's very academic, he does do some gymnastics from time to time. But I still like him. I think he's an amazing scholar. His commentaries addressing the Hebrew language are phenomenal. I don't know how long you have to study to have that like academic level knowledge of the Hebrew language, but he's got it. There we go. Habakkuk chapter 1. He's got like 50 pages on one chapter. All right, chapter 2. Chapter 3. There we go. See what he says on verse 5. All right, so for Dever, plague, and Rashaf, for pestilence, he says, are personified as agents of destruction in attendance on Yahweh as he advances. For Dever, used thus, see Psalm 91:6. Here in the Septuagint misrenders it as Logos. That's funny. Against Aquila's accurate Logos. Resheph, or Rashpu, appears as the name of a divinity in the Canaanite religion. That actually is the case, actually. Rashpu does show up in Canaanite literature. But it's not entirely clear when they reuse names from the Canaanite deities that they understand it to be the deity. So, for example, the deity of death in Canaanite pantheon is Mot, and the word for death in Hebrew is Mot. But that doesn't necessitate that they understood Mot to be a deity. Does that make sense? They borrowed words from the Canaanite culture without always borrowing the religious connotation behind it. But nevertheless, it says Rashpu, which would be a correct ending for what we find in Ugaritic, appears as the name of a divinity in the Canaanite religion. Codex Barberini has the astonishing rendering, this is Greek, of ta melista tau petenan, the greatest of winged creatures. Oh, interesting. So the Greek Septuagint translates Resheph as a great winged creature, behind which Thackeray sees a possible identification of Resheph with a Perseus of the winged sandals. He discerns in the Septuagint a similar allusion in Codex Alexandrinus, a translation of Resheph Reglay, which would be Resheph at his feet. Interesting. Personified, equipped with speed of bronze. Listen, here's the thing. There might be something to this. So Satan was framed. This is actually This might be the first time I've seen somebody suggest this specifically with Habakkuk. But it seems certainly plausible. Might not be a guarantee, but it seems to be that the translators of the Septuagint believe that to be the case. The translators of the Septuagint definitely understood these characters to be divine agents. One of them from Canaanite pantheon even, but I would imagine the true biblical author would have understood them to be a divine agent of Yahweh, right? But maybe with the same role as the evil entity from the Ugaritic pantheon. But yeah, I mean, okay. So to answer the question, that does seem to be a plausible reading of it. I don't think you have to read it that way, but it's absolutely a plausible reading of that particular passage. And if Thomas Kaminsky thinks that it's plausible, I'm going to think it's plausible as well. It's not too often that somebody of his caliber, when he goes in on a topic, just didn't do the study time. He always does the study time. In fact, let me get you his credentials too. So I thought I clicked on the wiki page. What the fuck did I just do? Mick Kaminsky was professor of Old Testament and Semitic languages at Trinity Evangelical Divinity School, has a PhD in Near Eastern Studies from Brandeis, which is a Jewish school, and a Master's of Theology from Westminster Theological Seminary. So the dude's fucking stacked. He's very well educated. If you studied Semitic languages at Brandeis, you did a really fucking good job. And then to go on and to teach at Trinity Evangelical Seminary is a huge honor, I would say. RVPs. Oh, that's your initials. BVP. Sorry. Yeah. Now I know. Thank you. And Miss Meg says, it won't be a holy trailer park. One tornado and poof. True. And there's tornadoes in God's heaven. All right, last question or statement from BVP. Another Ark question. Two versions. Who built it? Moses, just a wooden box, or Bezalel, or Aholiab. BVP is my initials. Oh, thank you, BVP. I appreciate that. So I thought that Bezalel and Aholiab were builders of the tabernacle, not the ark. Let me double check. Maybe my memory is failing me. Bezalel, because I thought these were the individuals that God sent His Spirit to enable them to do the work. I could be, that's what it is. Yeah, Exodus 31 says, I have called by name Bezalel, son of Uri, son of Hur, of the tribe of Judah. The Lord has called by name Bezalel, Exodus 36, Bezalel and Aholiab, and every skilled person to whom the Lord has given skill and understanding to know how to do any work in the construction of the sanctuary. Okay, so yeah, it's a construction of the tabernacle. So let me read the two versions. Who built it? Moses, just a wooden box, or I may not fully understand the question, but I mean, it appears Moses built the ark. The tabernacle was built by these gentlemen. Now, the Ark of the Covenant is perhaps what you're referring to. Do you think they built the ark? Now that's possible, like the Ark of the Covenant, not the boat. Let me see who's responsible for the building of the Ark of the Covenant. 1 second. This might be a trick question. Okay, Exodus 25 has the Ark of the Covenant design, but I think they build it later. That's a problem with with Exodus, they give all these long instructions on how to build everything, and then like 5 to 7 chapters later, they give all the same instructions when they built them. It's crazy. But chapter 37 has the building of the Ark of the Covenant. Let me see who's actually responsible for the building. Yeah. Bezalel made the Ark of acacia wood. It was 2.5 cubits long. I assume that Holiab was also in on this. Let me check. Oh, he wasn't. Just Bezalel. Okay. This seems like either a joke or a play on words, and I think I figured it out. There are 2 arks, one built by Noah, and one built by Bezalel. I don't know if Aholiab had any doing with the second ark. So that would be the answer to the question. But friends, that I'm now 20 minutes over. I got to end it. I apologize. I went as long as I can go tonight. I won't be live tomorrow. I've got stuff happening with my son, but I will be live next week at the regular times on almost regular times. It'd be early. I'll be starting at like 3:30 and going to 8:30. So 3:30 to 8:30 for the summer. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then after the summer we'll return to usual times. So anyways, friends, thank you so much. I really appreciate y'all being here, and thank you for the awesome questions. We had some really good questions tonight. It really made me like scratch my brain and do some thinking and digging, which is one of the things that I love about the Q&A. So really appreciate your friends, and be safe. Have a good time. Enjoy the warm weather, and love y'all, and we'll see you again soon.